I write these recollections from a modest stone cottage overlooking the Sussex Downs, where the mornings are slower than they once were, and where the only appointments that occupy my diary concern the arrival of the village physician or the occasional visit from my bookseller. My hands no longer possess the steadiness they enjoyed in youth, and there are afternoons when memory seems to wander as lazily as the clouds drifting above the fields beyond my window. Yet certain moments remain astonishingly vivid. I remember the smell of polished oak after a summer rain. I remember the muffled sound of carriage wheels crossing Grosvenor Square before dawn. I remember the crackling fireplaces that warmed endless winter evenings while London's fog pressed against the windows like an unwelcome guest. Above all, I remember the morning upon which I first crossed the threshold of Waverley House, believing that I was merely beginning a respectable occupation and never suspecting that I was, in truth, stepping into the final great chapter of an ancient family whose fortunes would gradually mirror the changing character of Victorian Britain itself. At the time, I had only recently completed my studies at Cambridge. My father had been a solicitor in Hertfordshire, diligent in his profession though never wealthy, and he regarded education as the finest inheritance a gentleman of modest means could bestow upon his children. From my earliest years, I was taught that careful speech, punctuality, and integrity would carry a man farther than ambition alone. Whether that advice proved entirely correct, I cannot say, but it served me well enough. I possessed neither influential relatives nor independent income. Like many young men of respectable upbringing, I found myself entering adulthood with little beyond a sound education, neat handwriting, and an earnest determination to justify the sacrifices my parents had made on my behalf. The position came to me through one of my former tutors, who had maintained an acquaintance with the Earl of Waverley during their university days. The Earl's long-serving secretary had retired owing to ill health after nearly 3 decades in service, and a replacement was required before Parliament resumed its autumn session. My tutor wrote a letter on my behalf containing compliments that exceeded my deserving, while I enclosed a careful application of my own, written and rewritten until every sentence appeared suitably restrained. Several weeks passed before I received a reply requesting my presence at Waverley House for an interview. Even now I can recall the peculiar mixture of excitement and apprehension with which I unfolded the Earl's elegantly embossed stationery. It was not merely employment that had been offered, it was entry into a world that until then I had observed only from newspapers and illustrated magazines. London greeted me beneath a pale September sky, softened by the lingering warmth of summer. The city seemed immeasurable to provincial eyes. Omnibuses rattled endlessly along crowded thoroughfares, while hansom cabs darted between heavier coaches with astonishing confidence. Gentlemen hurried beneath tall hats polished to perfection. Ladies crossed the pavements beneath carefully held parasols, and every street appeared to possess its own distinct rhythm, from the solemn dignity surrounding Westminster to the cheerful disorder of Covent Garden. Yet nowhere impressed me more deeply than Mayfair. Grosvenor Square possessed an orderliness unlike any place I had ever seen. The houses rose in harmonious terraces of pale stone, their entrances framed by black iron railings and gleaming brass knockers that reflected the morning light. Trees lined the square with disciplined elegance, softening the grandeur without diminishing it, while liveried footmen moved about their duties with an efficiency suggesting that every action had been rehearsed for generations. Waverley House occupied the eastern side of the square. It was neither the largest residence nor the most ostentatious, yet it possessed a confidence that required no embellishment. Its facade displayed restrained classical proportions, the windows evenly spaced, the doorway crowned by an understated pediment bearing the family's coat of arms. Nothing about the house sought admiration. yet admiration followed naturally. Even before entering, one sensed that this was a place in which appearances were maintained not from vanity but from habit. A footman admitted me with a courteous inclination of the head and relieved me of my hat and travelling coat before leading me through a succession of rooms whose quiet magnificence exceeded anything I had imagined. Persian carpets softened every footstep. Portraits of long-deceased ancestors observed the present generation with expressions varying from stern approval to faint amusement. Clocks ticked with reassuring regularity, silver gleamed upon polished sideboards, and fresh flowers filled the air with a fragrance delicate enough never to intrude. There existed none of the bustle one might expect within such an establishment. Servants moved almost silently, each appearing precisely where required, before disappearing again without drawing attention to themselves. I soon realized that true luxury was not noise or extravagance, but the complete absence of disorder. After only a few minutes, though it seemed considerably longer to my anxious mind, I was shown into the Earl's library. It remains one of the finest rooms I have ever occupied. Shelves climbed from floor to ceiling, crowded with leather-bound volumes collected over generations. Tall windows overlooked Grosvenor Square, where sunlight filtered through the leaves of mature plane trees, while a broad writing desk stood before the fireplace, covered not with clutter, but with orderly stacks of correspondence awaiting attention. Behind it stood the Earl himself. Alistair Winthrop was not an imposing man in the theatrical sense. He neither raised his voice nor cultivated an air of intimidation. His hair had already begun to silver at the temples, and his expression suggested a gentleman more inclined toward careful reflection than swift judgment. Yet there existed about him a quiet authority that required no announcement. One understood almost immediately that this was a man accustomed to responsibility rather than privilege, to making decisions whose consequences might extend well beyond his own household. He greeted me warmly, invited me to sit, and spoke for nearly an hour without once making me feel that I was being examined, though in truth I imagine every answer I offered was weighed with considerable care. We discussed my education, my father's profession, the authors I admired, and my facility with correspondence. He inquired whether I believed discretion could be learned, or whether it must already exist within a man's character. It was an unusual question, and I remember replying that discretion, like honesty, could perhaps be imitated for a time, but seldom sustained throughout an entire career. The Earl smiled faintly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, yet I sensed that my answer had pleased him. Only toward the conclusion of our conversation did he reveal what he truly required. "A secretary," he said quietly, "does not merely write letters. He becomes the custodian of a family's memory. He remembers promises others have forgotten. He recalls conversations that ought not to be repeated. He understands when silence serves better than eloquence. If you should enter my service, Mr. Blackthorne, you will know more of this household than many of my own relations. I, therefore, place a greater value upon character than brilliance." Those words remained with me for the rest of my life. The interview concluded without ceremony. The Earl escorted me personally to the library door, wished me a safe journey, and informed me that his decision would be communicated within the week. As I descended the grand staircase, I found myself wondering whether I had spoken too formally or too freely, whether my answers had betrayed youthful uncertainty or sufficient confidence. Such reflections occupied me throughout my return journey, though they proved unnecessary. 3 days later, a cream-coloured envelope bearing the Winthrop crest arrived at my lodgings. Its contents were remarkably brief. The Earl expressed his pleasure in offering me the position of private secretary, requested my arrival on the first Monday of October, and concluded by remarking that he anticipated many years of productive service, many years indeed. Had I possessed the extraordinary gift of seeing even a fraction of what those years would contain, the glittering London seasons, the quiet heartbreaks concealed behind impeccable manners, the rise of new fortunes, the slow fading of old certainties, and the final closing of rooms that had once echoed with music and laughter, I might have hesitated before accepting. Instead, I folded the letter carefully, placed it back within its envelope, and believed with all the confidence of youth that I was merely beginning a profession. I did not yet understand that I had become the silent witness to the last great age of Waverley House. My first morning at Waverley House began before the sun had fully risen above the rooftops of Mayfair, though the household itself appeared to have been awake for several hours. A pale October mist lay across Grosvenor Square, softening the iron railings and turning the opposite houses into faint grey shapes beyond the glass, while somewhere below my small room in the servants' wing I could hear the subdued opening movements of the day, coal being carried to fireplaces, shutters drawn back from windows, doors opened and closed with practised care, and the distant clatter of breakfast china arranged in preparation for a family that would not descend for some time. I dressed more quickly than was necessary, anxious not to arrive late on the very first day of my employment, and reached the ground floor at 8:15, where I discovered Mr. Gideon Farley standing beneath the entrance hall clock as though he had been placed there by the architect. The butler was then a man of approximately 55 years, though his posture, complexion, and extraordinary self-command rendered age difficult to determine. His hair was dark and perfectly arranged, his black coat immaculate, and his expression possessed that peculiar quality found among the finest servants of great houses, attentive without curiosity, respectful without submission, and so entirely composed that one suspected he would have received news of a royal abdication with no more visible disturbance than a request for another decanter. He informed me that his lordship generally entered the library at 8, that correspondence was delivered to the side entrance shortly before 7, and that coffee would be brought to my desk whenever I was prepared to receive it. He then led me through a passage I had not seen during my interview, past the morning room and a narrow staircase descending toward the kitchens and into a smaller chamber adjoining the Earl's library. This, he said, would be my office. It contained a writing table, 2 chairs, a locked cabinet, several shelves of account books and parliamentary papers, and a tall window overlooking a rear courtyard where grooms were already attending to the horses. It was not an impressive room by the standards of Waverley House, yet to me it appeared magnificent, for upon the desk lay a silver pen tray, a fresh blotting book, a stack of cream stationery embossed with the family crest, and 3 carefully tied bundles of letters awaiting my attention. I remember standing there for a moment with a sensation approaching disbelief. Until then, employment had existed in my imagination as a vague and distant necessity. Now it had taken physical form in paper, ink, ribbon, and responsibility. The Earl entered shortly after 8, and greeted me with the same quiet courtesy he had shown during our first meeting. He wore a dark morning coat and carried beneath one arm a leather portfolio that had plainly seen many years of use. Without ceremony, he placed it upon my desk and explained that my earliest duty would be to acquaint myself with the family's correspondence, not merely by reading the recent letters, but by studying the manner in which replies had traditionally been composed. A household of this sort, he observed, possesses a voice of its own. It must remain recognizable even when the hand holding the pen has changed. He then unlocked the cabinet and withdrew several volumes containing copies of letters written by my predecessor, each arranged by date and recipient, with an exactness that inspired both admiration and apprehension. There were letters to ministers, bishops, bankers, estate managers, military officers, charitable societies, distant cousins, former tenants, political allies, and acquaintances whose continued importance seemed to rest upon distinctions I did not yet understand. Some were direct and practical, others warm, still others so delicately phrased that their true meaning lay almost entirely beneath the surface. A request might appear to be an offer. A refusal might sound like gratitude. An invitation could convey friendship, obligation, warning, or reconciliation according to the placement of a single sentence. The Earl instructed me to read slowly, to note differences of tone, and above all, to ask whenever I was uncertain. "There are few errors in correspondence that cannot be corrected," he said, "but a careless word may travel farther than its author intended." He then withdrew to the adjoining library, leaving the connecting door open, and for several hours I sat alone with the accumulated paper trail of a family whose relationships extended across nearly every influential circle in the country. It was in those first weeks that I began to understand how little of society was governed by the rules visible to outsiders. Newspapers presented public life as a sequence of speeches, debates, appointments, marriages, deaths, and formal occasions, yet beneath those events existed an intricate machinery of private arrangements. There were introductions to be cultivated, obligations remembered, condolences sent, favours acknowledged, visits postponed without offence, and invitations issued with calculations so subtle that even those receiving them might not fully comprehend their significance. The world I had entered was held together not by affection alone, nor even by wealth, but by memory. One was expected to recall who had supported a bill 3 years earlier, whose daughter had been overlooked at a particular dinner, which cousin had lent a carriage during a season of illness, which widowed aunt preferred not to encounter a certain branch of the family, and which gentleman's political usefulness was exceeded only by the danger of appearing too closely connected to him. These matters were rarely discussed openly. They appeared instead in marginal notes, altered guest lists, carefully delayed replies, and the seemingly innocent rearrangement of a luncheon from Thursday to Friday. At first I found the system exhausting. Every name appeared connected to half a dozen others, and each relationship possessed a history. I began keeping a private index, not of secrets, for that would have seemed improper, but of associations necessary to avoid mistakes. Lady Amelia Dunsford could not be seated near Mrs. Florence Norbury because of a disagreement concerning the administration of a charitable hospital. Lord Hugh Redmere would attend musical evenings but declined political dinners. Colonel Rupert Fenwick required a ground-floor room when visiting the country estate because of an old cavalry injury, though he refused to acknowledge any physical limitation. Sir Lionel Everford answered all private correspondence promptly, but left invitations unresolved until his judicial calendar had been confirmed. Lord Cedric Hartwell preferred letters concerning policy to be delivered through his secretary, yet personal notes regarding family matters were to be sent directly to his residence. None of these details seemed important alone. Together they formed the invisible architecture of Waverley influence. The first letter I drafted was addressed to a minor baronet in Surrey who had requested the Earl's support for a local agricultural exhibition. I approached the task with the seriousness of a diplomat negotiating a treaty. After 3 unsatisfactory attempts, I produced a reply expressing the Earl's appreciation, regret at being unable to attend, and willingness to contribute a modest prize for improved dairy husbandry. When I carried the draft into the library, his lordship read it in silence while I stood beside the desk, attempting not to reveal my nervousness. He made only one alteration, replacing the phrase regrettably prevented, with unfortunately unable. The distinction seemed trivial until he explained that the former implied an external obstruction and might invite inquiry, whereas the latter was courteous without suggesting particulars. He returned the paper and said, "A good letter should answer the question placed before it without creating another." It was a lesson of greater use than many I had received at university. During those early months, I came to know the members of the Winthrop family less through conversation than through their correspondence. Lady Helena, the Countess of Waverley, wrote in a hand both graceful and decisive. Her notes were rarely long, yet every line possessed purpose. She maintained contact with dozens of relations, charitable committees, hostesses, schoolmistresses, widows, physicians, and clergy, and appeared able to remember every illness, engagement, disappointment, and family celebration without consulting a record. I soon discovered, however, that she did consult a record, though it was one of her own devising. A set of small, leather-bound books kept within the morning room, in which she had entered names, dates, preferences, and obligations over many years. Nothing was left entirely to memory, though she created the impression that everything was. Her genius lay not in deception, but in attention. She understood that people wished to feel remembered, and she made remembrance into an art. Lord Frederick, the eldest son, wrote less often and more plainly. His letters concerned estate drainage, rents, timber, crop yields, and the alarming cost of repairs to the family's country seat in Hampshire. He had none of his mother's elegance on paper, but his figures were exact, and he possessed a practical intelligence that I soon admired. He was not yet 30, yet he already viewed the family inheritance not as a guarantee, but as a burden requiring constant management. His younger brother, Lord Nicholas, wrote from Oxford with enthusiasm on scientific lectures, archaeological discoveries, and books that his father regarded with cautious interest. Lady Caroline's correspondence consisted largely of invitations, expressions of gratitude, and notes to friends written in a hand so neat it seemed almost printed, while Lady Evelyn, still young enough to be under the supervision of Miss Clara Ashdown, frequently left unfinished messages upon the schoolroom desk, and once sent me a request for additional sealing wax because she had determined that ordinary red was too severe for communications of a cheerful nature. Miss Ashdown herself appeared in my office on the second Thursday of my employment. She entered quietly, carrying several books and a folded note from Lady Helena, and apologized for interrupting my work, though there was nothing in her manner to suggest uncertainty. She was perhaps 27, dressed simply, with dark hair arranged without ornament and an expression of composed intelligence. The note concerned educational materials to be ordered for Lady Evelyn, but our conversation extended briefly to the books themselves, one of which was a history of classical civilizations that I had read at Cambridge. She observed that histories written for young ladies often excluded everything most likely to interest them, and I replied that histories written for young gentlemen frequently included much intended to impress rather than instruct. She smiled at this, not broadly, but with sufficient warmth that I remembered it long afterward. At the time, however, I thought of her only as another member of the household whose position, like my own, existed somewhere between service and society. We were educated enough to understand the world above stairs, trusted enough to enter it when required, and yet never permitted to forget that we did so by invitation. The distinction was not cruelly enforced at Waverley House, yet it was present in every arrangement. The family treated senior servants with courtesy and, in some cases, genuine affection, but equality was neither assumed nor desired. Mr. Farley exercised greater authority within the household than many titled guests, yet he would never have seated himself in the drawing-room unless commanded. Mrs. Martha Ellison, the housekeeper, knew the habits and weaknesses of every member of the family, but her knowledge increased rather than diminished the formality of her conduct. There was dignity in their service, though modern readers may find the structure difficult to comprehend. We did not imagine ourselves oppressed each morning and liberated each evening. We inhabited a system older than any individual within it, a system that offered security, identity, and belonging while demanding discipline, silence, and the acceptance of boundaries that were rarely discussed because everyone understood them. My own place was especially uncertain. I did not dine with the servants, nor did I ordinarily dine with the family. My meals were taken in a small room near the library, sometimes alone and sometimes with the estate steward or visiting secretaries. On evenings when political business required my presence, I might be summoned after dinner to read a document aloud or provide a date from the correspondence, but once my purpose was fulfilled, I withdrew. At country gatherings, I was occasionally included at table when numbers required it, though my position there remained functional rather than social. I learned to participate without presuming, to speak when addressed, and to avoid the youthful temptation to display knowledge merely because an opportunity presented itself. In elite society, I discovered, the appearance of ease depended upon a great many individuals exercising restraint. The first great dinner I helped arrange took place in November. Lord Cedric Hartwell was expected, together with Sir Lionel Everford, Colonel Fenwick, the Duke and Duchess of Vallemont, Sir Rowland Cresswell and his daughter Adelaide, and several others whose presence transformed the evening from a private gathering into an event of consequence. Lady Helena prepared for it over the course of 10 days. The menu was revised twice. Flowers were ordered from a conservatory outside London. Silver not used since the previous season was brought from storage and inspected. Rooms were assigned for cloaks, cards, and private conversations. A footman was stationed at the entrance to ensure that arriving guests did not cross paths in a manner that might produce awkwardness. The seating plan occupied Lady Helena for most of one afternoon, though she appeared at dinner as serene as though the arrangement had occurred naturally. I assisted by preparing small cards bearing each guest's name and by reviewing notes concerning precedence. It was then that I first recognized the true difficulty of bringing 12 accomplished people to the same table. Rank determined much, but not everything. Political allies might be poor conversational companions. Old friends could be dangerous when placed too near one another after a disagreement. A recently widowed guest required sensitivity without conspicuous sympathy. Sir Rowland Cresswell, whose railway fortune had made him one of the wealthiest men in England, was welcomed by the Earl, but regarded with suspicion by several older families who considered commerce an unsuitable foundation for social importance. His daughter Adelaide, however, was intelligent, composed, and possessed of a confidence that unsettled those who expected new wealth to display either vulgarity or gratitude. The dinner itself passed without incident, which, in Lady Helena's judgment, constituted complete success. I observed only portions of it from the library, where I remained available should the Earl require documents concerning a parliamentary matter. Through the partly opened door, I could hear the low movement of conversation, the measured announcements of courses, and occasional laughter rising above the general murmur. Nothing remarkable occurred, no scandal erupted, no guest departed in anger. Yet by the following morning 3 letters had been drafted, 2 future invitations tentatively discussed, a charitable subscription increased, and an understanding reached concerning support for a railway extension that would later affect several of the Earl's tenants. Society advanced by such evenings. Decisions that might alter towns, estates, and careers emerged between soup and dessert, softened by wine and surrounded by flowers. After the guests had departed, I entered the dining room to retrieve a paper the Earl had left beside his chair. Candles still burned in the chandeliers, though several had guttered low, and the long table remained crowded with glasses, folded napkins, and the remnants of elaborate arrangements that had appeared effortless only an hour before. Footmen moved quietly around me, beginning the work of restoring order. At the far end, Mr. Farley inspected a damaged wineglass with an expression of mild disappointment, while Mrs. Ellison spoke in low tones to a maid concerning wax that had fallen upon the carpet. The glamour of the evening had vanished, revealing the labour beneath it. I remember thinking that this room, more than any speech or portrait, explained the society I had entered. Every visible elegance depended upon invisible preparation. Every appearance of permanence required constant repair. The following day, Lady Helena summoned me to the morning room and presented a list of notes to be written. Each guest was to receive some acknowledgement suited to the evening. The Duchess of Vallemont must be thanked for recommending the musicians. Sir Lionel was to be sent the book he had admired in the library. Colonel Fenwick was to be reminded indirectly of a promised visit to Hampshire. Sir Rowland Cresswell was to receive a particularly warm message regarding his railway proposal, though no commitment was to be made. Miss Adelaide Cresswell was to be thanked for her interest in Lady Helena's charitable school. None of the letters exceeded half a page. Together they secured the results of the dinner more effectively than any formal declaration could have done. It was also during this period that I began to notice how frequently the most important matters were expressed through omission. A gentleman excluded from a dinner might understand that his influence had diminished. A family whose invitation arrived later than usual might perceive a cooling of relations. A note lacking a customary phrase could convey displeasure more effectively than accusation. Silence had grammar. Delay had meaning. Even handwriting could be interpreted. A personally written reply suggested regard, while a note dictated to a secretary established distance. I became attentive to these distinctions, though at times I wondered whether a society dependent upon such subtlety risked mistaking anxiety for refinement. The Earl appeared aware of this danger. Though he observed convention carefully, he was less interested in social performance than Lady Helena, and occasionally expressed impatience with those who treated rank as a substitute for character. One winter afternoon, after I had informed him that a certain lord had declined an invitation without explanation, he remarked that the gentleman had spent years cultivating an air of mystery because he possessed little else to cultivate. Such comments were rare and delivered without malice, yet they revealed a dry humour absent from his public manner. He was neither blind to the absurdities of his world nor willing to reject it. He believed institutions, like individuals, deserved loyalty when they served a purpose, but not reverence merely because they were old. As my confidence increased, so did the range of matters entrusted to me. I began attending meetings with the family solicitor, Mr. Percival Stoneham, whose narrow face and careful speech gave the impression that every sentence had been reviewed for legal consequence before leaving his mouth. I communicated with Mr. Isaac Belgrave, the estate steward, regarding rents and repairs. I prepared summaries of parliamentary debates and organised papers concerning local schools, church patronage, and charitable trusts. The volume of work surprised me. Outsiders often imagined an earl's life as a sequence of leisure, hunting, and ceremonial appearances. But the Earl of Waverley spent most mornings answering claims upon his time, money, influence, or conscience. Every privilege generated an expectation. Every acre of land connected him to tenants, labourers, clergy, tradesmen, and officials. Whether all men of his rank accepted those obligations as seriously I cannot say, but he did. One matter from that winter remains particularly clear. A tenant farmer in Hampshire had written requesting additional time to pay rent after illness, and poor weather had reduced his harvest. The estate accounts recommended refusal, noting that leniency might encourage similar appeals. Lord Frederick agreed with the principle, but hesitated over the individual case. The Earl asked me to retrieve correspondence from 15 years earlier and discovered that the farmer's father had once provided shelter to several estate workers during a severe flood. The rent was postponed without interest. No public mention was made of the decision, and the letter granting relief was written in language that preserved the farmer's dignity. Kindness, the Earl told me, should not require a man to perform gratitude before an audience. I recorded the phrase privately that evening, and though many years have passed, I have never forgotten it. Such moments complicated the judgments I had formed before entering service. At Cambridge, among young men eager to possess opinions, the aristocracy was discussed in broad categories: enlightened or corrupt, necessary or obsolete, admirable or absurd. Waverley House taught me that institutions were inhabited by individuals, and individuals rarely conformed to arguments made about them. Privilege could produce arrogance, but it could also produce duty. Tradition could preserve wisdom or defend injustice. Wealth could insulate people from reality while binding them to responsibilities from which poorer men were free. The contradictions were not easily resolved, and perhaps that was why I remained fascinated by the family long after familiarity should have dulled my interest. By the arrival of spring, I had learned the daily rhythm of the house. I knew when the Earl preferred political papers and when estate matters were best postponed. I knew Lady Helena required guest lists before luncheon and disliked being asked for decisions while arranging flowers. I knew Lord Frederick would read financial summaries carefully but ignore any document exceeding 4 pages unless warned of its importance. I knew Lord Nicholas's letters from Oxford would include requests for books disguised as observations on scholarship. I knew Lady Caroline responded promptly to those she loved and perfectly to those she did not. I knew Lady Evelyn frequently entered the library in search of knowledge and departed with biscuits supplied by Mr. Farley through means neither acknowledged. I also came to understand that the house itself changed character according to the hour. In the morning it was an office, disciplined and purposeful. In the afternoon it became a stage for callers, cards, and controlled encounters. In the evening, under candlelight, it transformed into a theatre of hospitality where rank, beauty, wit, and ambition moved through drawing rooms beneath the gaze of painted ancestors. After midnight, when guests had gone and the family retired, Waverley House seemed almost honest. Fires dimmed, corridors emptied, the scent of flowers mingled with extinguished candles. Without conversation or ceremony, the old building settled around those who served it. One evening near the end of my first London season, I remained late in the office finishing a group of letters before the family departed for Hampshire. Rain tapped against the windows, and from the library came the low sound of the Earl turning pages. Shortly before 11, he appeared at the connecting door and asked whether the work might wait until morning. I replied that only 2 letters remained. He looked at the desk, then at me, and said with gentle firmness that a secretary who believed every letter urgent would soon become useless to everyone. He wished me good night and withdrew. I completed only 1 of the 2. That small act of disobedience toward my own ambition marked, I think, the beginning of my real education. I had entered Waverley House believing that success required constant exertion, faultless answers, and an eagerness to prove myself. Gradually I learned that service depended as much upon patience as industry, upon judgment as obedience, and upon understanding which matters deserved immediate attention and which gained dignity by waiting until morning. By then the household no longer felt entirely foreign. I had not become part of the family, nor would I ever make so foolish an assumption, but I had found a place within its machinery. Letters passed through my hands before travelling across London and beyond. Decisions entered my office as questions and departed in sealed envelopes. I began to perceive connections hidden from casual observers and to recognize the quiet signals by which society expressed approval, concern, rivalry, and forgiveness. Yet I remained young enough to imagine that understanding the machinery meant understanding the people who operated it. In this I was mistaken. The system of invitations, obligations, letters, dinners, and alliances could be studied. Human hearts could not. Beneath the ordered surface of Waverley House, desires were already forming that no seating plan could accommodate, loyalties were beginning to shift, and disappointments were approaching for which no courteous reply could be drafted. At the time, however, the lamps still shone brightly in Grosvenor Square, the carriages continued to arrive each evening, and the Winthrop family appeared as permanent as the stone facade of their London home. We had not yet entered the season that would change them. The London season announced itself not with any formal proclamation, but through a gradual change in the sound of Grosvenor Square. During the winter months, the square had possessed a subdued dignity, its houses closed early against rain and fog, its trees bare, its pavements occupied mostly by servants, tradesmen, and residents who had business sufficient to keep them in town. By late April, however, the quiet began to retreat. Carriages appeared in greater number. Shuttered houses reopened. Florists' carts arrived each morning with lilies, roses, and branches of flowering hawthorn. Footmen in newly brushed livery carried cards from door to door, and the air seemed filled with the constant approach and departure of people whose lives depended upon being seen at the proper address at the proper hour. Waverley House altered with the season as completely as the square itself. Rooms left unused during winter were opened, aired, and polished. Mirrors were uncovered. Additional servants arrived from Hampshire. Silver was brought from locked cupboards, carpets beaten, curtains inspected, and every chair examined as though some guest of unusual importance might discover moral weakness in an imperfectly tightened leg. The family returned from the country in stages. First Lord Frederick, then Lady Helena with Lady Caroline and Lady Evelyn, and finally the Earl, who delayed his journey to attend to estate business and arrived looking more fatigued than he allowed anyone to observe. By the first week of May, Waverley House had ceased to resemble a private residence and become instead a small institution devoted to the management of society. Until then, I had thought I understood the labour required to maintain an aristocratic household. The season revealed that I had seen only its quieter half. My correspondence doubled within 10 days and continued to grow. Invitations arrived for breakfasts, luncheons, garden parties, musicales, exhibitions, dinners, receptions, charity meetings, lectures, river excursions, private views, and balls that would begin so late no sensible household would have considered them part of the same day. Lady Helena maintained a calendar of formidable complexity, though calendar was scarcely the correct word. It was a map of alliances. Each acceptance or refusal affected another. An invitation to dine with the Vallemonts might require declining a political reception elsewhere, yet a refusal given too frequently could appear unfriendly. Lady Caroline's attendance at a ball could encourage speculation regarding a gentleman expected to be present. The Earl's absence from a charitable meeting might offend its patrons, while his presence could be interpreted as support for opinions he had not examined. Even Lady Evelyn's music lessons were moved to accommodate afternoon callers. Every member of the family possessed a schedule, and every schedule possessed consequences. The season also taught me that the highest reaches of society were far larger in appearance than in reality. The same names recurred endlessly. Families met one another at dinners on Monday, at the opera on Tuesday, at a reception on Wednesday, and again at some country excursion before the week had ended. People who expressed delight at each encounter had often parted only hours earlier. They inhabited a world of constant proximity disguised as novelty. Yet repetition did not lessen the urgency of attendance. Society required renewal each evening. A reputation neglected for a fortnight might be considered uncertain. A friendship left unacknowledged for a month could be interpreted as estrangement. Thus the same gentleman crossed London night after night, speaking to the same companions in different rooms beneath different chandeliers, while ladies who had spent an afternoon arranging flowers and directing servants emerged after dinner in silk and jewels, composed enough to suggest they had done nothing at all. Lady Helena was uniquely suited to this existence. She understood its demands without appearing oppressed by them, and its absurdities without displaying contempt. Her strength was not merely that she remembered everyone, but that she understood what each person required in order to feel secure. A proud widow needed deference without pity. An ambitious politician required an audience that appeared accidental. A young woman entering society needed encouragement, though never enough to suggest deficiency. An old gentleman whose influence had diminished must be treated as though it remained intact. Lady Helena offered each guest a version of hospitality, suited precisely to his or her private anxiety. Those unfamiliar with her methods assumed she possessed natural warmth. She did, but it was disciplined warmth, supported by preparation of a military kind. Lady Caroline's first important season occupied much of the Countess's attention. Though Caroline had already been presented at court, the months ahead would determine how she was understood by society, and, more importantly, which gentlemen would be permitted to understand her well enough to consider marriage. She was then 21, graceful without affectation, beautiful without the severity that great beauty sometimes produces, and possessed of a gentleness that strangers occasionally mistook for passivity. I had known her chiefly through notes requesting books, lists, or changes to arrangements, and she had always treated me with thoughtful courtesy. Yet during that spring I began to observe the distance between the young woman she was in private and the figure society expected her to become. At breakfast she might speak with enthusiasm of a novel or laugh at one of Lady Evelyn's irreverent observations. By afternoon she was transformed into Lady Caroline Winthrop, eldest daughter of the Earl of Waverley, her movements measured, her conversation agreeable, her preferences cautiously concealed. She was not false, she was obedient to a role. Marriage, though rarely mentioned directly in her presence, surrounded her like architecture. Invitations were considered according to the eligible gentleman they might bring within reach. Names appeared in Lady Helena's small books with notations concerning family, income, temperament, prospects, health, and reputation. These details were not assembled crudely, and I never heard the Countess speak of marriage as a transaction. Yet no one could pretend that affection alone governed the unions of great families. A suitable husband required character, certainly, but also position sufficient to protect the dignity of both houses. Wealth might compensate for a title of lesser importance, while distinguished ancestry might forgive a fortune less secure than advertised. Political connections, estates, family conduct, and even the health of previous generations could enter calculations never acknowledged at a ballroom. Among those regarded as potentially suitable was Lord Hugh Redmere, a wealthy bachelor in his early 30s who had inherited a handsome estate and a reputation for cultivated taste. He supported painters, collected Italian sculpture, and knew enough of music to speak intelligently without attempting performance. He was courteous to Caroline and sufficiently reserved to please the Earl, though Lady Helena seemed uncertain whether his reserve concealed depth or emptiness. Another possibility was Viscount Oliver Merrow, Lord Frederick's friend, whose military bearing and respectable family made him immediately acceptable, though he showed little indication of wishing to abandon regimental life for domesticity. The most persistent attention, however, came from Lord Sebastian Vallemont, younger cousin to the Duke of Vallemont, whose charm was as effortless as it was widely distributed. He possessed neither the largest fortune nor the strongest prospects, but rooms brightened when he entered them, and many sensible women had found themselves persuaded that charm was a form of character. Caroline received all three with equal grace and revealed preference for none. This neutrality satisfied her mother and troubled me for reasons I did not then fully understand. I had no claim upon Caroline's confidence, and would not have presumed upon one. Yet I sometimes saw her after these evenings, when the guests had departed and the obligation to appear delighted had ended. She would pause in the library doorway to return a book or ask whether some letter had arrived, and for a moment her expression would lose its social composure. Fatigue appeared first, then relief, and occasionally something resembling sorrow. Such glimpses were brief. She recovered herself almost immediately, thanked me, and withdrew. Yet they remained in my memory because they suggested that the admiration of society could be experienced as a burden by the person receiving it. The first grand ball of the season at Waverley House was planned for the middle of May. It was not the largest gathering Lady Helena had ever hosted, but it was intended to establish the family's presence in town and to present Caroline at the centre of an evening whose elegance would be discussed elsewhere. Preparation began weeks in advance. The drawing-rooms were cleared for dancing, musicians engaged, supper planned, and temporary awnings ordered for the entrance in case of rain. Hundreds of candles were required, together with flowers enough to make Mayfair resemble a conservatory. Invitations were drafted, reviewed, and sent according to a schedule designed to avoid both haste and lateness. Acceptances returned in such number that the original guest list had to be reconsidered, though Lady Helena never admitted that the house might become crowded. My role concerned correspondence, names, and the prevention of errors. I prepared lists for the servants, marked those guests requiring particular attention, noted elderly relations who should not be kept standing, and ensured that titles were correctly written. A misplaced courtesy in ordinary life might be forgiven. On an engraved invitation, it became permanent evidence. Mr. Farley supervised the movement of guests through the house with the precision of a railway timetable. Mrs. Ellison oversaw bedrooms, cloakrooms, and retiring rooms. Mrs. Dorothy Bramwell, the cook, received the proposed supper menu with the grave concentration of a cabinet minister examining a national emergency. The household worked for days to create an evening that would appear to have arranged itself. On the afternoon of the ball, rain began shortly after luncheon. At first it was light, but by 4 o'clock water streamed from the roofs and the square darkened beneath low clouds. Lady Helena stood at a drawing-room window watching servants secure the entrance awning and expressed no concern. Only the repeated tapping of one finger against her folded fan betrayed that the weather had entered her calculations without permission. By 6 the rain had weakened, and by 8 it had ceased. The pavements remained wet, reflecting carriage lamps in long ribbons of gold, and the air possessed that clean, cool quality London sometimes achieved after a storm. Guests began arriving before 9. I was stationed near the library with lists, cards, and access to a telephone-like speaking tube connecting several parts of the house, though the device was unreliable and Mr. Farley preferred human messengers. From my position I could see the upper portion of the staircase and hear names announced in the entrance hall. The procession seemed endless. Silk rustled, jewels flashed beneath the chandeliers. Uniforms, white ties, gloves, feathers, and polished shoes passed through the rooms in a display of colour and movement unlike anything Waverley House had contained during winter. The orchestra began with a waltz, and conversation rose around the music until the entire house seemed to vibrate with controlled excitement. There is a particular confidence displayed by people accustomed to being observed. They enter a room aware of where attention will fall and how long it should remain. The Duke and Duchess of Valmont arrived late enough to be noticed, but not so late as to insult. Lady Josephine Valmont wore dark blue silk and carried herself with the composure of a woman who believed every room improved by her presence. Sir Rowland Cresswell arrived with Adelaide, whose gown was simpler than many around her and therefore attracted more attention. Colonel Fenwick appeared in formal military dress, though his cavalry injury caused him visible discomfort on the stairs. Lord Hugh Redmere came alone. Viscount Merrow arrived with fellow officers. Lord Sebastian Vallemont arrived smiling, having apparently encountered several intimate friends before reaching the ballroom and expecting to encounter several more before leaving. The Winthrop family received their guests at the head of the staircase. The Earl appeared dignified but somewhat remote, Lady Helena serene, Lord Frederick attentive, and Lady Caroline radiant in ivory silk. I had seen the dress during its final fitting only as a blur carried past my office, yet upon her it seemed less a garment than a declaration of readiness. Society responded accordingly. Guests greeted her with warmth. Older women studied her, younger women compared themselves to her, and eligible men discovered reasons to remain nearby. She performed her part perfectly. It was Lady Evelyn who first exposed the fragile machinery beneath the spectacle. Though not yet formally participating in the season, she had been permitted to observe part of the evening from the gallery above the ballroom under Miss Ashdown's supervision. At some point she escaped this arrangement and appeared beside my desk, wearing a pale dress and an expression of great seriousness. She informed me that Colonel Fenwick had been given the wrong chair near the supper room and would be unable to rise from it without assistance. She also reported that Lady Amelia Dunsford had already told 2 people the orchestra was inferior to the one engaged by the Vallemonts the previous week. Having delivered these observations, she asked whether she might have lemonade. I found Miss Ashdown searching for her in the passage and returned the young lady before disaster occurred. Miss Ashdown thanked me with a composure that did not conceal amusement. In the candlelight she appeared less austere than during our earlier meetings, and for a moment we stood listening to the music drifting from the ballroom. She remarked that society seemed to require a remarkable number of people to dance while pretending not to notice who watched them. I replied that the observers required equal skill in pretending not to watch. It was a small exchange, easily forgotten, yet it remained with me because in that brief moment we occupied the same position, near enough to witness the spectacle, distant enough to see its design. The evening's first disturbance was so minor that most guests never became aware of it. A letter arrived shortly after 10, delivered by a messenger who insisted it be placed directly in the Earl's hands. I carried it into the library where his lordship had withdrawn with Lord Cedric Hartwell and Sir Lionel Everford. The seal belonged to the family solicitor. The Earl read the contents, folded the paper, and placed it in his pocket without visible reaction. He then returned to the ballroom and resumed his duties. Only the slight tightening around his mouth suggested the message contained anything unwelcome. I learned its subject the following morning. One of the Hampshire farms had suffered a fire, destroying a barn, equipment, and much of the stored grain. No lives had been lost, but the damage was considerable and the tenant uninsured. The Earl had received the news while hundreds of guests danced beneath his roof, yet he had not permitted concern to disturb the evening. This was not indifference. At dawn, he was already dictating instructions for temporary assistance, replacement seed, and an inquiry into the cause. What struck me was the division required of him. In one room, a man responsible for families, land, and livelihoods. In another, a host expected to smile, converse, and appear untouched by private burdens. Elite society admired composure because composure concealed the cost of responsibility. As midnight approached, the ball reached its height. The air grew warmer despite open windows. Flowers released heavier scents. Younger guests danced with increasing freedom, while older ones settled into strategic conversations along the walls. It was then that I noticed Lady Caroline standing with Lord Sebastian Vallemont near the entrance to the smaller drawing room. Nothing in their conduct was improper. They were not alone, and their conversation lasted only a few minutes. Yet Caroline's expression differed from the pleasant neutrality she offered other gentlemen. She appeared attentive in a way that suggested she had ceased to remember she was being observed. Lord Sebastian, usually expansive, spoke with unusual seriousness. When the music changed, he bowed and escorted her back toward the ballroom. Lady Helena had seen them. Her face did not alter. She continued speaking to the Duchess of Vallemont and even smiled at some remark. But within the hour, the order of dances shifted. Lord Hugh Redmere was placed beside Caroline during supper, and Lord Sebastian found himself engaged in conversation with an elderly countess whose interest in church restoration was both sincere and inexhaustible. No instruction passed through my office. No visible intervention occurred. Yet the evening rearranged itself around Lady Helena's judgment. Whether Caroline understood what had happened, I could not tell. During supper, she spoke courteously to Lord Hugh and laughed once at something he said. Lord Sebastian remained across the room, attentive to the Countess and glancing toward Caroline only rarely. Society had corrected an imbalance before it became visible. The following days produced the usual tide of notes. Guests thanked Lady Helena for the evening. Those omitted from the invitation list expressed hope of seeing the family elsewhere. Flowers arrived. Compliments were repeated. Lady Amelia Dunsford described the orchestra as excellent in a note written less than 12 hours after criticising it. Newspapers mentioned the ball in brief paragraphs, listing the most important attendees and praising the decorations. Nothing of consequence had occurred, according to the public record. Within the house, however, its effects continued. Lord Hugh Redmere called twice in the next fortnight. Lord Sebastian sent Caroline a volume of poetry, which was returned with thanks on the grounds that the family already possessed a copy. Lady Helena added several dinners to the calendar. Lord Frederick made an observation at breakfast concerning the danger of charming men who had not yet decided what to do with their lives. Caroline replied that indecision was not a crime. The Earl looked up from his newspaper but said nothing. I did not then know how deeply these small movements would influence what followed. At the time, they appeared part of the ordinary season, no more significant than changed seats or delayed invitations. Yet a family rarely recognizes the beginning of its great difficulties. Catastrophe, when it comes, is often visible. Change is quieter. It enters through preference, resentment, affection, and the accumulation of decisions too minor to command attention individually. The season continued. We attended the Royal Academy exhibition, where society appeared more interested in observing itself than the paintings. Lady Helena hosted a charity breakfast, at which prominent guests discussed poverty over elaborate pastries. The Earl spoke in the Lords, and returned home dissatisfied with the debate. Lord Nicholas arrived from Oxford and scandalised an elderly relation by defending a scientific theory concerning the age of the earth. Lady Evelyn began collecting discarded invitation cards and arranging them according to which guests she considered interesting. Lord Frederick travelled frequently between London and Hampshire, bringing increasingly troubling reports about estate income. None of this interrupted the outward success of the family. My own days became longer. Letters were drafted before breakfast and answered after midnight. There were mornings when I could identify the previous evening's guests only by the cards left upon trays. Yet I felt no resentment. I was young, trusted, and increasingly aware that I stood close to events others experienced only as rumour. The work offered a sense of importance without requiring public ambition. I believed myself content. My acquaintance with Miss Ashdown also deepened during these weeks, though so gradually that I cannot identify a single moment when courtesy became friendship. We encountered one another in passages, the library, and occasionally the small garden behind the house where Lady Evelyn took lessons in botany with inconsistent enthusiasm. Miss Ashdown possessed a dry intelligence and spoke little unless she had something worth saying. She was unimpressed by rank but never discourteous to it. Once, after a particularly exhausting reception, she observed that the wealthy appeared to spend great effort proving they had no practical use for the hours available to them. I reminded her that we depended upon this effort for our employment. She conceded the point and added that gratitude need not require blindness. She was born, I later learned, to a clergyman in Yorkshire, whose death had left little provision for his daughters. Her education exceeded that of many women who employed governesses, yet her position denied her the independence such education might have been expected to provide. She belonged nowhere easily. Servants treated her with respect but not familiarity. The family valued her but did not consider her an equal. Guests sometimes overlooked her entirely. I recognized in her circumstances a sharper version of my own, and perhaps felt understood before either of us had spoken enough to justify the feeling. The season's grandest event occurred in June at the Vallemont residence, where a masquerade was arranged in imitation of an 18th-century court. Lady Helena considered the theme excessive and attended with complete elegance. I accompanied the family because the Earl expected political correspondence during the evening and required someone familiar with several documents under discussion. Thus I observed the gathering from a private antechamber, moving when summoned between the quiet work of papers and the extraordinary spectacle beyond. Masks altered less than people imagined. The proud remained proud, the shy remained cautious, and the ambitious could be identified by the direction in which they moved. Yet anonymity, even when transparent, encouraged freedoms ordinary society discouraged. Gentlemen spoke more boldly, ladies accepted conversations they might otherwise have avoided. Rumour travelled beneath feathers, silk, and painted faces. I saw Caroline dance with Lord Sebastian twice. The second dance occurred near the end of the evening, when formal supervision had weakened and many older guests had withdrawn to card rooms. They moved well together. This fact should have meant nothing. Society trained young men and women to dance precisely so that they might appear harmonious with near strangers. Yet there was a natural ease between them that no instruction could produce. Lady Helena did not interrupt. Instead, she watched. That change concerned me more than intervention would have done. On the return journey, the family carriage was unusually quiet. I rode separately with Lord Frederick's valet and did not hear what passed among them, but the next morning Caroline's breakfast tray was sent upstairs, and Lady Helena cancelled 2 calls. The volume of poetry returned from Lord Sebastian remained on my desk awaiting dispatch until late afternoon, when the Countess entered my office and removed the note attached to it. She sat at the edge of the chair opposite me, rewrote 3 lines, and sealed the letter herself. "Mr. Blackthorne," she said without looking up, "there are moments when kindness consists in preventing a young person from mistaking intensity for permanence." I did not answer. It was not my place. She glanced toward me then, and for the first time I saw uncertainty beneath her composure. "Of course," she continued, "one must also take care not to mistake caution for wisdom." She left before I could determine whether the remark had been addressed to me or to herself. Summer advanced, and with it the season grew more frantic. Parliament continued. Families prepared to leave London, yet delayed their departure for one final dinner, one final ball, one final chance to secure whatever outcome had brought them to town. Engagements were announced with varying degrees of surprise. Friendships shifted. Fortunes were whispered about. A duke's son married an American heiress, causing public criticism and private envy. Sir Roland Cresswell's influence increased as railway shares rose. Lord Hugh Redmere continued to call at Waverley House. Lord Sebastian appeared less often, but was never entirely absent. Then, in early July, a letter arrived from Hampshire bearing Lord Frederick's hand. He had travelled to the estate 2 days earlier to meet Mr. Belgrave and review the half-year accounts. The letter was addressed to the Earl, marked private, and delivered while his lordship was at Westminster. I placed it unopened upon his desk. He returned shortly before dinner, read it alone, and requested that Lord Frederick come to London immediately. No announcement followed. The family attended an evening reception as planned. Lady Helena wore silver-grey silk. Caroline danced. The Earl spoke with a cabinet minister. Nothing in their appearance suggested concern. But that night, after the house had settled, light remained beneath the library door until nearly 3 in the morning. I had gone to my room but found myself unable to sleep. From the corridor I heard Lord Frederick arrive from Hampshire and enter the library without removing his travelling coat. Their voices remained too low for words to be distinguished, and I would not have listened had they been clearer. Yet tone travels where language does not. There was no anger. Anger would have been easier. What I heard instead was the measured seriousness of men confronting a fact that could not be dismissed. By morning the door was open, the lamps extinguished, and the desk covered with estate accounts. The season continued around us. Carriages still circled Grosvenor Square. Invitations arrived. Flowers were delivered. Society danced through the warm London nights with the confidence of people who believed wealth, title, and stone houses were permanent. Inside Waverley House, we had begun to discover otherwise. The financial difficulty confronting the Winthrop family did not arrive in the manner of a storm. There was no sudden announcement, no creditor hammering at the door, no public disgrace whispered across a ballroom before breakfast. It emerged instead through columns of figures, increasingly cautious memoranda, and letters whose tone remained calm, while their contents grew steadily more troubling. Lord Frederick returned from Hampshire carrying account books darkened at the edges by years of handling, together with reports from Mr. Isaac Belgrave concerning rents, repairs, harvests, drainage, wages, timber, and the endless lesser expenses by which a great estate was preserved from decay. For several days the library door remained closed through most of the morning. The Earl, Lord Frederick, Mr. Belgrave, and Mr. Percival Stoneham met repeatedly while I was summoned to retrieve old agreements, copy figures, and locate correspondence concerning leases concluded before I was born. No one spoke of crisis. At Waverley House, serious matters were granted quieter names. We referred to the position, the present pressure, or the necessary adjustment, as though careful language might persuade arithmetic to conduct itself like a gentleman. The central fact was simple enough. The estate had been spending more than it earned for years, its lands remained extensive, its houses impressive, and its reputation undiminished, yet agricultural income had weakened while the cost of maintaining buildings, roads, cottages, schools, churches, stables, gardens, and staff had continued to rise. Several tenants had fallen behind in their rents after poor harvests. Roofs that had been repaired temporarily now required proper replacement. The east wing of the Hampshire house needed structural work. Investments once considered secure produced less income than expected. The London residents consumed money with a regularity disguised by elegance. None of these burdens alone threatened the family. Together they formed a current strong enough to move even an ancient house from its foundations. Lord Frederick understood this more clearly than anyone. He approached the accounts without sentiment, though not without loyalty. He proposed selling distant parcels of land that produced little income, reducing the number of horses kept in Hampshire, closing several unused rooms, and renegotiating contracts entered under more prosperous conditions. The Earl agreed with some recommendations and resisted others. Their disagreements were never loud, yet I often sensed them before either man spoke. Lord Frederick would place a page upon the desk and rest one finger beside a figure. The Earl would lean back, remove his spectacles, and gaze toward the fireplace as though consulting generations invisible to the rest of us. One discussion concerned a group of tenant cottages near the southern boundary of the estate. The buildings required extensive repair and produced little rent. Mr. Stoneham observed that selling the land to a developer would relieve the estate of both expense and responsibility. Lord Frederick regarded the suggestion as unpleasant but practical. The Earl refused. "My grandfather built those cottages," he said. "The families living there have served the estate longer than any of us have managed it." Mr. Stoneham replied that loyalty was admirable but did not alter the cost of slate. "No," said the Earl, "but it alters the meaning of ownership." The matter was set aside, though not resolved. It was characteristic of the Earl that he regarded property as an obligation inherited alongside privilege. It was characteristic of Lord Frederick that he feared such obligations might eventually destroy the very estate meant to sustain them. Both men were correct, which made their disagreement more dangerous than if one had merely been foolish. My own work during those weeks became increasingly concerned with the past. The accounts themselves were managed by others, but the decisions rested upon arrangements made decades earlier, and those arrangements survived in letters. I began searching the family archive for promises, understandings, and concessions that had never entered formal contracts. The archive occupied 2 rooms beneath the western staircase and several locked cabinets in the library. It contained nearly a century of private correspondence, letters from politicians, relations, tenants, soldiers, bishops, artists, schoolmasters, widows, creditors, and men whose names had once carried weight but now meant nothing even to the descendants who preserved their handwriting. Bundles were tied in silk or cotton ribbon and labelled by year, subject, or correspondent. Some had been arranged by my predecessor. Others appeared untouched since the day they were placed in storage. There is an intimacy in reading the words of the dead that cannot be entirely made respectable by professional necessity. At first, I felt as though I were trespassing. The writers had addressed one another with confidence that their fears, complaints, and affections would remain private. Yet time had altered the nature of secrecy. The disputes that once seemed urgent had become obscure. The illnesses had ended. The engagements had either produced marriages or faded into silence. The political questions had been settled, forgotten, or replaced by others equally certain of permanence. What survived was not scandal, but humanity. The earliest letters I examined concerned the Earl's father, the 6th Earl of Waverley, whose portrait hung above the smaller fireplace in the library. In paint he appeared stern, broad-shouldered, and entirely convinced of his own authority. His correspondence revealed a different man. He worried constantly about money, though no one of my generation remembered him as financially anxious. He wrote tenderly to his wife during her pregnancies. He apologized to tenants after delays in repairing a bridge. He expressed fear before speaking in Parliament and relief when the occasion had passed unnoticed. He also displayed pride, impatience, and moments of coldness toward those who disappointed him. The portrait had preserved rank. The letters preserved contradiction. Among his papers I found repeated references to a gentleman named Mr. Lucian Marrable. The name appeared first in political correspondence, then in financial notes, and finally in several private letters written in a tone that suggested deep friendship. Mr. Marrable had evidently advised the 6th Earl during a period of investment uncertainty, and had assisted him in avoiding substantial losses. Then within a single year the correspondence ceased. There was no final argument, no farewell, and no explanation. The absence itself became conspicuous. When I mentioned the name to the Earl, he looked at me with an expression I could not immediately interpret. "You have found Marrable," he said. I confirmed that I had. He stood and walked toward the window. He and my father were once closer than brothers, according to my mother. What happened between them, my lord? I do not know. The answer surprised me. I had assumed the Earl understood every significant part of his family history. He ceased visiting before I went to university, the Earl continued. His name was not spoken afterward. I asked my father once, and received a reply sufficient to prevent a second inquiry. He turned from the window and regarded the bundle of letters upon my desk. Does the matter concern the estate? Possibly. Several investments appear to have been made upon his recommendation. Then continue. He spoke without enthusiasm, yet he did not instruct me to stop. That was how the first of the deeper silences within Waverley House opened before me. Not through curiosity alone, but because financial necessity required the examination of memories the family had preferred to leave undisturbed. The trail led gradually backward. Mr. Marrable had been the son of a merchant and possessed no title, though his education and intelligence had secured him entrance into circles where birth ordinarily mattered more than ability. He had advised several aristocratic families during the railway expansion, and was regarded as unusually cautious in an age of speculation. His letters to the 6th Earl were direct, sometimes humorous, and strikingly free of the elaborate courtesies common among men conscious of rank. He warned against ventures others praised. He criticized estate management where he thought it wasteful. He also wrote of books, music, and family matters with a familiarity suggesting years of trust. Then I found a letter from the Countess, the Earl's mother, addressed to Mr. Marrable and never sent. The paper had been folded but not sealed. Its date fell within the final months of their association. The letter thanked him for a kindness left unspecified, begged him not to visit Waverley again, and concluded with the words, "Some obligations may be honoured only through distance." I read the sentence several times. It explained nothing and implied nearly everything. Professional discretion should have allowed me to record the document and proceed. Yet the phrase remained in my thoughts because it revealed the emotional architecture behind a family silence. Something had occurred among three people, the sixth Earl, his wife, and Mr. Marrable, serious enough to end a long friendship, but restrained enough to produce neither accusation nor public scandal. Whatever the truth, it had been managed through absence. I brought the unsent letter to the Earl. He read it slowly, then sat for a long while without speaking. I remained standing until he gestured toward the chair opposite. "My mother was a good woman," he said at last. "Yes, my lord." She was also a private woman. I understood the warning in his tone, though it was not directed at me alone. "Does the letter alter any financial arrangement?" he asked. "Not by itself." "Then return it to the file." I did so. The matter should have ended there, but the archive rarely respected the wishes of the living. Within another bundle, filed incorrectly among parliamentary correspondence, I discovered a deed of trust naming Mr. Marrable as the original provider of funds used to purchase a substantial tract of land adjoining the Hampshire estate. The land had since become one of Waverley's most productive holdings. The document suggested that Mr. Marrable had advanced the money privately and had later surrendered his claim under terms never fully recorded. A single notation in the margin, written in the sixth Earl's hand, read, "Debt acknowledged beyond repayment." The financial significance was considerable. The emotional significance was impossible to determine. Mr. Stoneham examined the deed and concluded that no legal claim survived. Mr. Marrable had died years earlier, apparently unmarried, and no heir had ever approached the family. Lord Frederick considered the matter closed. The Earl did not. "Find out whether there was family," he instructed. It was the first time I had seen him act against the advice of both his son and solicitor, without explanation. The inquiry took several weeks and required letters to parish officers, former business associates, and a firm of solicitors in Bristol. I wrote cautiously, presenting the matter as an attempt to complete estate records. Most replies offered little. Mr. Marrable had lived quietly after leaving London. He had served on charitable boards, managed investments for a small number of clients, and died at 62. No wife or legitimate children were listed. His estate had passed to a niece, Mrs. Eliza Renford, who had herself died some years later. She left one daughter, Marianne. That name appeared nowhere in the Waverley records. I informed the Earl, who requested her address. Mrs. Marianne Sedgwick, as she was now known, lived in Bath with her husband, a retired schoolmaster. They were neither poor nor wealthy. There was no indication they knew of any connection between their family and Waverley. The Earl dictated a letter inviting Mr. and Mrs. Sedgwick to visit Hampshire as his guests. Lord Frederick objected privately. "We may be creating an obligation where none exists," he said. "An obligation exists whether acknowledged or not," replied the Earl. "We do not know what Marrable gave grandfather or why." "That is precisely the difficulty." "Then what do you intend to tell them?" "The truth we possess." Lord Frederick looked toward me, perhaps hoping I might somehow supply practical support. I lowered my eyes to the papers. A secretary's invisibility is never more useful than when a father and son disagree. The invitation was sent. Mrs. Sedgwick declined with gratitude, explaining that her husband's health made travel difficult. Her reply was gracious and entirely free of suspicion. She expressed surprise that the Earl remembered her great-uncle and remarked that family tradition described him as a man who had once possessed influential friends but had chosen peace over consequence. The phrase affected the Earl deeply. He read the letter twice and placed it beside the unsent note written by his mother decades earlier. That evening he instructed me to arrange an annual payment to a school in Bristol founded by Mr. Marrable, the gift to remain anonymous. It did not solve the mystery. Perhaps that was never his intention. Some debts cannot be repaid to the person who incurred them. They may only be redirected toward something the dead would have valued. The archive yielded other revelations of a less troubling kind. Lady Helena's marriage to the Earl, remembered as one of perfect suitability, had begun with uncertainty. Their courtship letters were affectionate but restrained, and in one she confessed fear that she lacked the confidence required to become a countess. The Earl replied that confidence was often only anxiety that had learned good posture. It was the sort of remark he might still have made, though I had never imagined him writing with such tenderness. Lord Frederick's childhood letters revealed a boy desperate for his father's approval and irritated by his own seriousness. Lord Nicholas, at 12, had written a 6-page defence of keeping a wounded fox in the schoolroom. Lady Caroline's earliest notes to her grandmother were filled with drawings of horses and misspelled declarations of devotion. Even Mr. Farley appeared in the records as a young footman recommended for advancement because he possessed the unusual ability to hear everything while repeating nothing. Such discoveries altered the household in my mind. The figures moving through drawing rooms were no longer fixed in their present roles. They had once been uncertain, foolish, hopeful, jealous, and young. Age and position had concealed the process by which they became themselves. The correspondence of the living proved more difficult, because its consequences remained active. During that summer, the letters between Lady Caroline and Lord Sebastian Vallemont became a matter of increasing concern, though no one acknowledged them openly. He wrote often, usually under acceptable pretexts: a book discussed at dinner, a charitable event, news of a mutual acquaintance, an invitation involving several families. Caroline's replies passed through Lady Helena's supervision at first, but I suspected others travelled by means beyond the household office. This was not difficult. A maid might carry a note. A friend might enclose one within another letter. Society created countless rules and an equal number of discreet methods for avoiding them. I became aware of the private correspondence through accident. One afternoon, while sorting outgoing mail, I found an envelope addressed in Caroline's hand but bearing no recipient. It had slipped between 2 larger packets. I should have returned it unopened, and I did. Yet before I could leave my office, Caroline entered. She stopped upon seeing the envelope in my hand. For a moment neither of us spoke. Her composure returned quickly, but not before I saw alarm. "I believe this belongs to you, Lady Caroline." She accepted it. "Thank you, Mr. Blackthorne." I inclined my head and turned toward my desk, offering her the dignity of ending the encounter without explanation. She remained. "You have not read it?" "No. You know to whom it is addressed." "I know only that it was not included among the letters entrusted to my care." The answer was formal, though not unkind. She looked down at the envelope. "Do you disapprove?" The question placed me in an impossible position. I was neither relation nor adviser, yet she had asked not as the Earl's daughter, but as a young woman uncertain of her own judgment. "My approval would be of little use to you." That was not what I asked. I considered my reply carefully. I think secrecy often makes feelings appear more certain than they are. She lifted her eyes to mine. "And openness can make them impossible before they have been understood." I could not deny it. She thanked me again and left with the letter. I never learned whether she sent it. That uncertainty remained among many others, preserved not in paper, but in the spaces between known events. Lady Helena must have sensed the attachment deepening, for Lord Hugh Redmere's visits increased. He was a good man, as far as I could determine, thoughtful, courteous, financially secure, and sincerely admiring of Caroline. His very suitability worked against him. He represented a life so perfectly arranged that Caroline seemed to recoil from it without wishing to wound him. Lord Sebastian, by contrast, offered uncertainty, and youth often mistakes uncertainty for freedom. The Earl was slower to intervene. He liked Lord Sebastian personally, but distrusted his lack of purpose. One evening, after the younger man had departed, he remarked that Charm was an excellent servant and a ruinous master. Lady Helena agreed, though her silence afterward suggested the matter was no longer theoretical. Then came a letter that altered the atmosphere of the house. It arrived from Lord Sebastian's father and was addressed to the Earl. The substance was courteous. The Vallemont family intended to spend much of the following year abroad, owing partly to health and partly to financial affairs requiring attention on the continent. Lord Sebastian would accompany them. The letter made no reference to Caroline, yet its timing and tone left little doubt that an understanding had been reached within the Vallemont household. The Earl shared the letter with Lady Helena. They spoke privately for nearly an hour. Caroline was summoned afterward. I was not present, nor did I hear raised voices. When Caroline emerged, she crossed the hall without looking toward my office and went upstairs. She did not appear at dinner. The following day she wrote no letters. Lord Sebastian called once more before leaving England. He was received by the Earl in the library and remained for 20 minutes. As he departed, I saw that his usual confidence had deserted him. He paused beside my desk and asked whether Lady Caroline was at home. I replied that she was not receiving callers. He nodded as if the answer had been expected. "Please, tell her." He stopped. There are messages a secretary can deliver, and messages no intermediary should carry. "I am sorry," he said. "That was unfair." He placed his hat beneath his arm and left the house. A letter arrived from him 3 days later. Lady Helena returned it unopened. Caroline's grief was never publicly expressed. She attended dinners, answered invitations, and received Lord Hugh with courtesy. Society observed no scandal because none occurred. The machinery had worked. An unsuitable attachment had been contained, reputations preserved, and the season allowed to proceed. Yet, for months afterward, Caroline's handwriting changed. The graceful certainty of her letters gave way to smaller characters pressed more deeply into the paper. She became kinder, though less spontaneous, as if disappointment had made her attentive to suffering while teaching her to conceal her own. Those who met her casually considered her more mature. I knew only that something had closed within her. My awareness of these matters increased my discomfort with the power of correspondence. Letters could preserve affection, but they could also prevent it. They allowed people to speak honestly across distance, yet placed honesty in a form that could be intercepted, returned, copied, hidden, or destroyed. A spoken word vanished after causing harm. A written word remained available for future injury. The most disturbing example came not from Caroline, but from the Earl himself. While organising papers connected to the estate finances, I discovered several recent letters from Mr. Harold Simmons, the family's London banker. Their tone was increasingly urgent. Investments had underperformed. Credit remained available, but only upon less favourable terms. The bank recommended the sale of securities before further decline. Earlier replies, drafted before my appointment, had postponed action. The Earl had not concealed these letters, yet he had not shared their full seriousness with Lady Helena. When I brought them to his attention, he read them with visible weariness. "Does Lord Frederick know?" I asked. "He knows enough." It was unlike him to answer evasively. "Mr. Simmons requests a decision before the end of the month." "I am aware." I hesitated. "Would you like me to arrange a meeting?" "No." He turned toward the fire, though the day was warm and no fire had been lit. "Her ladyship has carried the social burden of this family for 30 years. I would prefer she not be asked to carry every account book as well." The sentiment was protective and, in its way, unfair. Lady Helena was not a decorative figure requiring shelter from reality. She managed complex obligations daily and likely understood more of the family's position than the Earl supposed. Yet marriages, like houses, develop rooms into which even those closest to one another do not enter. The concealment lasted less than a week. Lady Helena came to my office one morning and requested copies of the banking correspondence. She did not explain how she had learned of it. I gave them to her because the papers belonged to the household and because refusing the Countess would have been both presumptuous and useless. She read them at my desk. "His lordship asked that I not be troubled," she said. I remained silent. "That is very like him." Her voice held affection, irritation, and sadness in equal measure. "He imagines that withholding a burden causes it to disappear." She gathered the letters and stood. "Mr. Blackthorne, discretion does not always mean assisting people in keeping secrets from one another." It was a rebuke, gently delivered and entirely deserved. That evening the Earl and Countess dined alone. Their conversation continued long after the servants withdrew. The next morning, Lady Helena cancelled 2 large autumn entertainments and reduced plans for the Hampshire house party. No explanation was offered beyond fatigue. Society accepted the answer because Lady Helena presented it without embarrassment. From that point, she became fully involved in the family's financial decisions. She proposed economies more effective than those suggested by the men because she understood where appearance could be reduced without suggesting decline. Flowers were ordered more carefully. Guest lists became smaller but more select. Certain rooms were closed except for large occasions. Jewellery was quietly sent for valuation, though little was sold. The household did not become austere. It became deliberate. The Earl seemed relieved, though he never admitted he had been wrong to exclude her. Lady Helena seemed satisfied, though she never claimed victory. Their marriage endured not because they avoided mistakes, but because affection allowed correction without humiliation. By autumn, I had spent nearly a year within Waverley House. I had read the words of 3 generations, witnessed a young woman's attachment extinguished through courtesy, uncovered an old family debt, and learned that the most consequential letters were often those never sent. I had also begun to understand the responsibility the Earl described during my interview. To become custodian of a family's memory was not merely to preserve documents. It was to decide what should be placed before others, what should remain sealed, and when silence served loyalty rather than fear. I wish I could claim I always chose correctly. There was one letter from that year which I kept from the Earl. It arrived without a family crest, written on inexpensive paper in an unfamiliar hand. The writer identified herself as Marianne Sedgwick, the great-niece of Lucian Marrable. She thanked the Earl for his recent kindness to the Bristol school, though the donation had been anonymous. How she had traced it, I did not know. She wrote that among her great-uncle's effects was a sealed packet bearing the name of the 6th Earl of Waverley. Her mother had instructed that it never be opened unless the Winthrop family sought the truth concerning the end of the friendship. Mrs. Sedgwick offered to send it. I read her letter twice. The Earl had already been disturbed by what we had uncovered. The estate demanded his attention. Caroline was unhappy. Lady Helena carried new burdens. Nothing in the past could alter the legal position or restore the dead. I persuaded myself that exposing an old sorrow would serve only curiosity. I placed the letter in the locked drawer of my desk. For 3 days it remained there. Each morning I intended to deliver it. Each evening I found another reason to wait. I told myself discretion required judgment. I told myself the Earl had asked only for information concerning surviving family, which I had provided. I told myself that some truths become less valuable with age. On the 4th morning, I carried the letter into the library and placed it before him. He read it without expression. Why was this not brought to me when it arrived? The question was quiet. I believed the matter might cause unnecessary distress. You believed? Yes, my lord. He looked at me for a long moment. It was the first time I had disappointed him. You are employed to protect my confidence, Mr. Blackthorne, not to protect me from it. I felt the rebuke more sharply than anger. I understand. No, I think you are beginning to. He instructed me to write to Mrs. Sedgwick and request the packet. It arrived 1 week later. The covering was yellowed, the seal unbroken, and the 6th Earl's name written across the front in Lucien Marrable's hand. The Earl held it alone in the library for nearly an hour before opening it. When he emerged, he looked older. He did not reveal the contents that day, nor for many years afterward. But from that moment, the past ceased to be merely something preserved within Waverley House. It had become an active presence among us. The packet sent by Mrs. Marianne Sedgwick remained in the Earl's private drawer for nearly 6 months before he spoke of it again. During that interval, Waverley House entered a period of outward calm so complete that those unfamiliar with the family might have believed nothing had changed. The London season ended. Carriages departed Grosvenor Square in diminishing numbers, drawing rooms closed, and the fashionable world dispersed toward country estates, coastal towns, and the continent with the yearly confidence of people who assumed the capital would await their return unchanged. The Winthrops travelled to Hampshire in August, though the house party traditionally held there was reduced in size and duration. Several guests whose presence would once have been considered indispensable received invitations for shorter visits. 2 wings remained closed. The ornamental fountains operated only on days when visitors were expected. Horses were sold, cellar orders reduced, and repairs postponed where safety permitted. None of these economies was announced. They were incorporated so gracefully into the life of the estate that even some members of the household failed to recognize them as evidence of strain. Lady Helena possessed a rare talent for making necessity resemble taste. A smaller dinner became more intimate. Fewer flowers suggested restraint. Closed rooms appeared preserved rather than unaffordable. Society, which could forgive poverty more easily than embarrassment, noticed almost nothing. I remained occupied throughout the autumn with estate correspondence and the gradual reordering of household expenses. Lord Frederick took an increasingly active role, travelling between Hampshire and London, meeting bankers, land agents, engineers, and prospective buyers for several remote properties whose sale could be explained as sensible consolidation rather than retreat. He worked without complaint, though I saw frustration in the pressure of his handwriting and in the length of the silences following certain meetings with his father. The Earl accepted practical reforms so long as they did not violate obligations he considered moral, but his definition of obligation extended far beyond anything entered into a legal document. A widow who had lived rent-free in an estate cottage for 20 years remained there because her husband had died in Waverley service. A village school continued receiving support because the third Earl had endowed it inadequately. A chapel roof was repaired, though fewer families attended each year. Lord Frederick did not object to kindness. He objected to a system in which every act of kindness became permanent and every permanent promise was charged against an income already declining. Their disagreement was not merely financial. It concerned the meaning of inheritance. To the Earl, the estate was a chain of duty extending backward and forward through generations. He held it temporarily and was obliged to preserve not only its land but its customs, relationships, and reputation. To Lord Frederick, preservation required change. He believed a house that refused to adapt would eventually lose the ability to honour any obligation at all. One man feared betrayal through reform. The other feared destruction through loyalty. Neither spoke so plainly, but their correspondence revealed what conversation concealed. It was during this period that Sir Rowland Cresswell became more closely connected to Waverley affairs. His railway interests had expanded rapidly, and lines associated with his companies now crossed counties that had once seemed beyond the influence of London capital. He had purchased a substantial estate in Surrey, restored its house with more enthusiasm than restraint, and begun entertaining men whose fathers would not have entered into business with his. Some among the old aristocracy accepted him because he was useful, others because he was wealthy, and a few because they genuinely liked him. Many pretended not to distinguish among these reasons. Sir Rowland had none of the insecurity commonly attributed to men newly admitted into elite society. He did not apologize for having made his fortune, nor did he imitate aristocratic habits so excessively that imitation became visible. He rode competently, dressed well, gave generously, and understood parliamentary politics with the practical intelligence of someone accustomed to decisions measured by results rather than tradition. His speech retained slight traces of his northern upbringing, though decades in London had softened them. Certain gentlemen regarded this as evidence of inferiority. Sir Rowland regarded their opinion as evidence of leisure. His relationship with the Earl began through politics but deepened through finance. A proposed railway branch would pass near the southern boundary of the Hampshire estate, offering access to markets and potentially increasing land values. Lord Frederick favoured negotiation. The Earl was cautious, concerned about tenant farms, noise, and the disruption of villages that had altered little in generations. Sir Rowland requested a private visit to present revised plans. He arrived at Waverley in October, accompanied by his daughter Adelaide, who had been invited by Lady Helena to remain for several days. The arrangement was socially convenient and financially important, though no one acknowledged the latter. Sir Rowland travelled in a newly built carriage lacking the heraldic ornament preferred by older families. His luggage was excellent, his servants efficient, and his arrival punctual to the minute. Mr. Farley, who distrusted ostentation but respected order, formed a favourable opinion before Sir Rowland crossed the threshold. The first meeting took place in the library. Sir Rowland spread maps across the long table and explained his proposal without the vague assurances commonly offered by men seeking approval. He had altered the route to avoid the village, agreed to construct a bridge where farm traffic required crossing the line, and proposed a small station on land the estate could lease rather than sell. He also suggested creating a siding through which grain, timber, and livestock might be transported at preferential rates. Lord Frederick recognized the opportunity immediately. The Earl studied the plans in silence. What becomes of the tenants during construction? He asked. They are compensated for temporary losses. By whom? By the company. According to whose valuation? Sir Rowland paused, then smiled slightly. According to ours, if no one insists upon another. The Earl looked toward him. I insist. Then appoint your own surveyor. I shall accept his assessment if it is reasonable. That exchange established the character of their dealings. Sir Rowland did not resent scrutiny so long as it was direct. The Earl did not oppose industry merely because it was new. They disagreed over details, but each respected the other's seriousness. By luncheon, the men were discussing not whether the railway would cross Waverley Land, but how it might do so without sacrificing those least able to influence the decision. I attended the meetings to record terms and prepare summaries. In Sir Rowland I encountered a manner different from that of almost every gentleman whose correspondence I managed. He disliked unnecessary phrases and preferred an answer that admitted uncertainty to one that concealed it beneath courtesy. The first memorandum I drafted for him ran 4 pages and employed the formal tone appropriate to estate business. He returned it with several lines crossed out. You have written here that both parties are pleased to enter discussion, he said. It is the customary form. Are we pleased? I believe the discussions have been productive. That was not the question. I admitted that the Earl remained cautious. And I remain impatient, said Sir Rowland. Then let us write that we are willing to continue. His bluntness might have been vulgar in another man. In him it seemed economical. Yet he was not without social intelligence. He knew when to speak plainly and when the pride of others required ceremony. He understood that old houses considered themselves guardians of the country, while relying increasingly upon fortunes created in factories, mines, banks, and railways. He also understood that men who inherited influence were seldom grateful to those purchasing it. Adelaide Cresswell possessed her father's confidence without his appetite for contest. She was 23, well-educated, and more observant than society expected of a wealthy industrialist's daughter. Lady Helena liked her, though cautiously. Adelaide had been invited into many great houses, but acceptance did not prevent condescension. Older women praised her accomplishments in tones suggesting surprise. Young men admired her fortune while pretending not to know its extent. Young women alternated between friendship and resentment, depending upon the state of their own prospects. Adelaide managed these encounters with composure, but I noticed that she became more direct when among those who did not require her to prove refinement. She and Lady Caroline had known one another through several London seasons, though not intimately. During the Hampshire visit they spent more time together, walking in the gardens, reading in the morning room, and visiting the village school under Lady Helena's supervision. Caroline had become quieter since Lord Sebastian's departure. Society interpreted this as maturity, yet Adelaide seemed to recognize it as injury. Their friendship developed not from shared temperament, but from a mutual understanding of being evaluated according to family circumstances they had not created. Caroline was judged by the age of her name. Adelaide was judged by the newness of hers. One rainy afternoon I encountered them in the long gallery examining portraits. Adelaide stood before the 4th Earl, whose powdered hair and elaborate coat suggested that aristocratic seriousness had once required considerable decoration. "My father says your ancestors look as though they disapprove of central heating," she remarked. Caroline laughed, a sound I had not heard from her in months. "They disapprove of nearly everything added after their deaths. Then they would find my family intolerable. I suspect they would find us intolerable as well." Adelaide considered the portrait. "That is some comfort." They saw me and apologized for blocking the passage, though no apology was necessary. I continued toward the library, carrying correspondence, but Caroline's laughter followed me. Lady Helena, who had entered from the opposite end, heard it too. Her expression softened. The possibility of a connection between Adelaide and Lord Frederick had been discussed in society before either appeared to consider it. He was heir to an ancient title and an estate in need of capital. She was the only daughter of a wealthy man seeking permanent social standing. To observers trained in marriage arithmetic, the match seemed inevitable. The fact that two human beings would have to inhabit it was treated as a secondary detail. Sir Rowland never raised the matter with the Earl during that visit, at least not in my presence. Lady Helena did not encourage Frederick openly, though she arranged circumstances in which conversation might occur naturally. Adelaide was seated near him at dinner, asked to accompany a visit to the railway route, and included in a discussion of village housing in which Frederick took particular interest. These opportunities were subtle enough to be denied, but frequent enough to be understood. Lord Frederick treated Adelaide with respect and apparent ease. He did not flatter her or speak down to her, which she likely valued more than charm. They shared an interest in practical reform and differed over the pace at which it should occur. Adelaide argued that new industries could improve lives if their owners accepted responsibility for the communities built around them. Frederick replied that men who spoke most confidently of progress rarely lived beside its consequences. She accused landed families of romanticizing rural poverty. He accused manufacturers of assuming wages compensated for uprooted lives. Their disagreement enlivened several dinners and alarmed an elderly aunt who believed a young woman should conceal economic opinions until after marriage. Whether affection existed between them then, I cannot say. There was interest. Interest in houses like ours was often treated as the first installment of a contract. The proposed railway agreement advanced quickly. The estate would receive an immediate payment, annual lease income, preferential transport rates, and improvements to several roads. It was not enough to solve Waverley's financial position, but it offered relief and future opportunity. Lord Frederick urged acceptance. Mr. Stoneham found the terms favourable. Mr. Belgrave supported them with reservations concerning construction. The Earl requested additional protections for tenants and the village. Sir Rowland accepted most changes. The final meeting occurred after dinner in the library. Rain struck the windows, and the maps lay beneath the light of 3 lamps. The Earl read the agreement one last time before signing. His pen hovered above the paper. "My father would never have permitted a railway within sight of the South Fields," he said. Sir Rowland leaned back. "Your father lived in a country that no longer exists." The remark might have offended another man. The Earl looked toward the dark windows. "Yes," he said, "that is becoming difficult to deny." He signed. The financial relief produced no celebration. Old families often accepted rescue with less enthusiasm than defeat, because rescue required acknowledgement of dependence. Yet the agreement marked a turning point. Waverley had entered partnership with the modern economy, rather than merely enduring its approach. Trains would soon carry produce, passengers, newspapers, manufactured goods, and ideas through land once shaped almost entirely by horses, weather, and inherited routine. The railway also altered Sir Rowland's position. He was no longer merely a guest tolerated in drawing rooms or a businessman consulted when useful. He had become connected to Waverley land and, through that connection, to the family's future. Some relations disliked this. Lady Amelia Dunsford remarked within Caroline's hearing that railways had become remarkably efficient at delivering people where they did not belong. Caroline replied that the same might be said of carriages. The exchange was repeated throughout the house before dinner ended. The Earl was informed and said nothing, though I observed the faintest indication of amusement. By winter, the agreement became known in London. Newspapers described it as evidence of economic foresight. Political acquaintances congratulated the Earl. Other landowners requested introductions to Sir Rowland. Men who had dismissed him as a tradesman began inviting him to dine. Society did not change its principles when confronted by wealth. It reinterpreted them. This process fascinated me because it revealed how class could be both rigid and remarkably flexible. Birth remained important so long as money supported it. Wealth remained suspect until it proved useful. A successful industrialist might never become indistinguishable from a duke, but his children could marry into families whose ancestors would have denied him entrance. Within a generation, commercial money became estate money. Within 2, the factory vanished from polite recollection, and only the house remained. The old aristocracy regarded this absorption as proof of its permanence. Sir Rowland regarded it as proof that permanence could be purchased. He was not crude enough to say so openly, but on one occasion he came close. We were alone in my office reviewing correspondence when he noticed the rows of portraits visible through the library door. "How long has the family occupied the Hampshire estate?" he asked. "Nearly 3 centuries. And before them?" "A dissolved religious house held much of the land. So the monks believed it permanent." "I suppose they did." He smiled. "Every old fortune began as new money sufficiently long ago." I remembered the remark because it contained both truth and challenge. The Winthrops spoke of inheritance as though their position had emerged naturally from the soil. Yet somewhere in the past, land had been granted, purchased, seized, married into, or rewarded. Time granted dignity to acquisition by obscuring its origin. Sir Rowland's wealth offended society partly because everyone remembered how recently it had been made. His daughter possessed a clearer understanding of the cost. Adelaide knew that entry into elite society required more than wealth. It required endless evidence that wealth had not altered one's manners, ambitions, or sense of proportion. The daughter of an impoverished duke might behave foolishly and remain unquestionably a lady. Adelaide could commit no small social error without confirming a prejudice. She therefore moved carefully, spoke thoughtfully, and appeared at times older than her years. I came to know her through correspondence relating to the school near Sir Rowland's Surrey estate. She had established a reading room for workers' families and requested Lady Helena's advice regarding books and administration. The Countess referred several practical matters to me, and Adelaide began writing directly. Her letters were clear and energetic, filled with questions concerning costs, teachers, heating, attendance, and whether charity could preserve dignity without becoming impersonal. She was not interested merely in appearing benevolent. She wanted the institution to work. Miss Ashdown assisted with recommendations, and the 2 women formed an immediate respect through their shared interest in education. Their positions were entirely different, yet Adelaide treated her as an intellectual equal. This small courtesy impressed me because it required nothing and therefore revealed character. Lady Helena observed these developments with growing approval. She had initially regarded Adelaide as suitable in the abstract, wealthy, accomplished, and well-behaved. Gradually she began to like her. This distinction mattered. Suitability could arrange a marriage. Affection could make the arrangement bearable. Lord Frederick remained more difficult to read. His responsibilities increased as the estate adapted to the railway agreement. He travelled with Sir Rowland to inspect construction, reviewed legal terms, and corresponded with engineers. He admired competence and found it abundantly in both father and daughter. Yet he seemed aware that any attention he showed Adelaide would be interpreted through the family's financial position. Pride restrained him where inclination might otherwise have acted. One evening, after a dinner at Grosvenor Square, I entered the library to collect papers and found him standing before the fire. The rest of the family had withdrawn, and music from the drawing-room reached us faintly through the corridor. "Blackthorne," he said, "do you suppose it is possible for a man in my position to know whether he is acting from affection or necessity?" It was an extraordinary question to place before a secretary. I suppose both may exist without cancelling one another. That sounds sensible and is therefore of little comfort. He stared into the fire. If I had met Miss Cresswell 5 years ago, no one would have asked whether I admired her fortune. They might still have asked. Yes, but I would not have asked myself. I had no answer. He smiled without amusement. "You see the advantage of employment. At least a man knows why he appears at his desk." I might have reminded him that employment carried its own confusions, particularly when loyalty and judgment came into conflict, but the moment was not about me. "Miss Cresswell is unlikely to wish herself chosen as a solution," I said. "No, that is precisely why she deserves better than one." He left soon afterward. That winter brought renewed pressure upon the household. The railway payment had covered urgent repairs and reduced several debts, but it also created an illusion of recovery. The Earl resumed charitable commitments Lord Frederick believed should remain limited. Lady Helena continued economies, but refused to allow the house to appear withdrawn from society. Lord Nicholas required funds for an archaeological expedition in Italy. Lady Evelyn's education expanded. Servants expected wages, tenants required repairs, and the cost of maintaining 2 great houses did not diminish merely because those within them had recognized the problem. Mr. Harold Simmons, the banker, recommended a more ambitious restructuring of the family's investments. Several traditional holdings would be sold and capital placed in industrial ventures, railway securities, municipal loans, and overseas enterprises. Lord Frederick supported diversification, but objected to investments he could not understand. The Earl distrusted speculation, yet recognized that land alone no longer provided sufficient income. Sir Rowland was asked for advice. He came to Grosvenor Square one foggy January morning and spent 3 hours examining the papers. When he finished, he separated the recommendations into 3 piles. "These are sensible," he said, indicating the first. "These are uncertain but defensible. These are written by men who expect your name to reassure other investors." Mr. Simmons stiffened. The Earl asked how he could distinguish the 3rd category. "You cannot," Sir Rowland replied. "That is why they approached you." His frankness ended the meeting earlier than expected. The family avoided several investments that later failed. Sir Rowland accepted no fee. This assistance created a debt more uncomfortable than the railway agreement because it was personal. The Earl attempted to repay it through political support for a bill affecting transport regulation. Sir Rowland declined. "I gave you an opinion," he said. "You were free to ignore it. Good advice has value. So does friendship, if men of our age are still permitted the term." The Earl regarded him for a moment, then extended his hand. From then onward, Sir Rowland entered Waverley House not as a representative of new money, but as the Earl's friend. Society took longer to recognise the change than the men themselves. The friendship was not without tension. Sir Rowland believed the Earl too sentimental about land. The Earl believed Sir Rowland too willing to treat disruption as progress. They argued about factories, voting reform, education, unions, public health, empire, and whether railways had improved English punctuality or merely made lateness measurable. Yet their disagreements lacked the careful vagueness of polite conversation. Each trusted the other enough to be contradicted. Their daughter's friendship also deepened. Caroline visited Surrey and returned with admiration for Adelaide's school and dislike for the enormous new conservatory Sir Rowland had constructed beside his house. Adelaide came to Grosvenor Square and endured the inspections of older relations with patience. They spoke less of marriage than those surrounding them imagined, and perhaps this was why their friendship survived. Caroline did not mention Lord Sebastian in my presence. News of him arrived occasionally from Europe. He was seen in Paris, then Vienna, then Florence. Rumours connected him with various women, none convincingly. Each mention produced no visible response from Caroline, though she sometimes left the room before a conversation ended. Lady Helena continued encouraging Lord Hugh Redmere, whose loyalty had outlasted hope. He remained considerate and never pressed his attention. His patience made him more admirable and perhaps less likely to be loved. Against this background, Lord Frederick and Adelaide drew closer through practical matters rather than romance. They travelled with others to inspect the new station. They worked on plans for improved housing near the railway. Adelaide challenged his assumptions. He revised several proposals. Frederick arranged for Waverley timber to be supplied at reduced cost for her reading room. She sent books to the estate school and refused public credit. Society noticed. By spring, rumours of an engagement circulated, despite the absence of any understanding. Lady Amelia Dunsford told 3 houses the matter was settled. The Duchess of Vallemont declared it premature. A newspaper mentioned Sir Rowland's increasing association with one of Hampshire's most distinguished families. Invitations to the Cresswells multiplied. Adelaide responded by reducing her appearances. Frederick became formal in public. The rumours intensified. One afternoon a letter arrived from Adelaide addressed to Lady Helena. The Countess read it in the morning room and later requested my presence. She handed me the page. Adelaide had written with unusual directness. She valued the family's friendship, but had become aware that every visit was interpreted as progress toward a marriage neither she nor Lord Frederick had discussed. She feared continued intimacy would embarrass them both, and therefore intended to spend several months with relatives in Scotland. Lady Helena asked what I thought. This, too, exceeded the proper duties of a secretary, though by then proper boundaries had become less reliable than they once seemed. I think she is protecting her dignity. And Frederick's? Yes? Lady Helena folded the letter. He will admire her for leaving, possibly, and resent her for it, also possible. The Countess sighed. People imagine arranging marriages is a matter of bringing 2 suitable persons together. The difficulty begins when they are intelligent enough to understand why. Adelaide departed within the week. Lord Frederick received the news from his mother and reacted with perfect composure. He spent longer hours at the estate office and travelled frequently to Hampshire. No letter passed through my hands, though one may have travelled otherwise. Sir Rowland continued visiting the Earl, but did not mention his daughter. The absence clarified what presence had concealed. Frederick became more impatient, more solitary, and unusually critical of social engagements. He objected to dinners he had once attended without concern. He dismissed rumours with too much force. Lady Helena observed him and waited. It was the Earl who eventually intervened. One evening in May he summoned Frederick to the library. Their conversation lasted less than half an hour. Afterward, Frederick came to my office and requested railway schedules to Edinburgh. "For estate business?" I asked before I could stop myself. He looked at me. "No." I prepared the journey, He returned 8 days later. Nothing was announced, yet his manner had changed. Uncertainty remained, but it no longer appeared directionless. Adelaide returned to London in June. She and Frederick were seen together at a small dinner hosted by Lady Helena. Within 3 weeks, the engagement was made public. Society received the news as though it had arranged the matter personally. Old families praised the wisdom of the match. Financial papers noted the union of landed and industrial interests. Those who had mocked Sir Rowland's origins now remarked upon his admirable character. Those who had pitied Waverley's finances congratulated the family without mentioning them. The public narrative was simple, an ancient title strengthened by a modern fortune. The private truth was more complicated and, I believe, more honourable. Frederick had gone to Scotland not to secure money, but to ask whether Adelaide believed affection could survive everyone's assumption that money was its cause. She had replied that it might, provided neither pretended the fortune did not matter. They entered the engagement without romance's usual illusions. Each understood what the other brought, what society expected, and what compromises might follow. Their honesty gave the union a stronger foundation than sentiment alone could have provided. Sir Rowland offered a marriage settlement large enough to remove much of Waverley's immediate financial pressure. The Earl accepted only after terms were drawn protecting Adelaide's independent property and future income. Lord Frederick insisted upon this. Sir Rowland approved. "You may have the title," he told Frederick, "but she is not part of the purchase." The wedding was planned for the following spring. Waverley House entered another period of apparent confidence. Creditors became patient. Repairs resumed. Invitations increased. Relatives who had expressed concern rediscovered optimism. The alliance with the Cresswells was described as evidence that the Winthrops understood the modern age, yet beneath the celebration lay an uncomfortable truth. The family had been preserved in part by wealth created outside the traditions it had long considered superior. Iron rails, factory wages, passenger fares, freight contracts, and commercial risk would sustain ancestral portraits, tenant cottages, drawing rooms, and the social obligations of an earldom. New money had not overthrown the old order. It had entered by the front door, married the heir, and agreed to pay for the roof. The Earl understood the irony. On the evening the engagement was announced, I found him alone in the library beneath the portrait of his father. A small glass of brandy rested untouched beside him. "You have served us through a changing period, Blackthorne," he said. "Yes, my lord. My father would have opposed this marriage." I hesitated. "Because of Sir Rowland's background? Because he believed families such as ours preserved society by remaining distinct from commerce." He glanced upward at the portrait. "He invested in railways privately, of course." The contradiction required no comment. The Earl smiled faintly. "Tradition often consists of condemning publicly what necessity permits in private." He opened the drawer containing Lucian Marrable's sealed packet, though the seal had long since been broken. "I have been thinking of Marrable." He removed several pages and placed them upon the desk. "This house has depended upon new money before." It was the first time he offered to reveal the contents. Lucian Marrable's final letter explained that the 6th Earl had suffered devastating investment losses years earlier and faced the forced sale of much of the Hampshire estate. Marrable had provided funds to prevent it. The arrangement was concealed because the Earl could not bear public knowledge that a merchant's son had saved Waverley. Pride transformed gratitude into resentment. Their friendship deteriorated not because of betrayal or scandal, but because the 6th Earl could not endure the presence of a man to whom he owed everything. The unsent letter from the Countess had asked Marrable to remain away, because his visits provoked humiliation in her husband and threatened the peace of the marriage. He agreed. He surrendered his financial claim, accepted exile from people he loved, and allowed the family to preserve both its estate and its version of history. "Some obligations may be honoured only through distance," the Earl repeated. The sentence now possessed its meaning. "Did your father ever repay him?" I asked. "Not in money." The Earl looked toward the papers. He convinced himself that Marrable had acted from ambition. It was easier than accepting generosity. There was sorrow in his voice, but also judgment. "And now, Sir Rowland?" I asked. "Now I have the opportunity not to repeat my father's error." The following day, the Earl invited Sir Rowland to the library and told him the story. I was not present, but afterward the two men walked for nearly an hour around Grosvenor Square without hats, despite a light rain. When they returned, Sir Rowland's expression was unusually subdued. Nothing in the engagement arrangements changed. Something in the friendship did. Years later, people would say that the marriage of Frederick Winthrop and Adelaide Cresswell represented the inevitable merging of aristocracy and industry. Historians might have described it as part of a broader transformation in British society. Society pages presented it as a brilliant alliance. All of these interpretations contained truth. Yet I remembered two fathers in a library, one descended from generations of inherited authority, the other from a railway clerk who had taught himself accounts by candlelight. Each loved his child. Each understood that money and title had created circumstances neither could ignore. Each chose, with some difficulty, to trust that affection might exist within an arrangement shaped by necessity. That choice did not abolish class, pride, or calculation. It made room for something human among them. As preparations began for the wedding, Grosvenor Square appeared brighter than it had in years. Workmen repaired stonework. New curtains were ordered for the drawing room. The dining silver was brought out and inventoried. Lady Helena reviewed guest lists extending across politics, industry, nobility, and commerce. The house seemed restored not only financially but emotionally, as if the future had entered and been welcomed. Only Lady Caroline remained apart from the general optimism. She loved her brother and genuinely admired Adelaide. She assisted with arrangements, wrote invitations, selected music, and performed every duty expected of her. Yet Frederick's happiness forced her to confront the life she had been denied. His practical, socially advantageous engagement contained real affection. Her own attachment had been dismissed as imprudent before anyone allowed time to discover what it might become. She expressed no resentment. That was why I began to worry. One late afternoon, while the family was out, I found her standing alone in the ballroom where Frederick and Adelaide's wedding breakfast would be held. Dust covers had been removed from the furniture, and pale winter light entered through tall windows facing the square. She held one of Lord Sebastian's letters. I recognized the handwriting. She did not hide it. "He has returned to England," she said. The room seemed suddenly colder. "Does the family know?" "No." She looked toward the empty ballroom, already being prepared for another person's future. "He wishes to see me." I had spent years learning how society protected itself through careful words, delayed answers, closed doors, and letters returned unopened. I knew what Lady Helena would advise, what the Earl would fear, and what reputation required. Caroline was not asking about any of those things. "Will you?" I asked. She folded the letter. "Yes." Outside, wheels passed over the wet stones of Grosvenor Square. Workmen carried decorations through the entrance hall. Upstairs, Lady Helena's desk was covered with invitations celebrating the union of old influence and new wealth. And within the heart of Waverley House, another correspondence had quietly begun again. There are moments in every household when nothing visible has altered, yet every familiar object appears to occupy a slightly different place. The furniture remains where it has always stood, meals are served at their customary hour, letters arrive with the morning post, and the servants continue about their duties with unbroken efficiency. Yet some unseen influence has shifted the atmosphere so completely that even a visitor ignorant of its cause would instinctively lower his voice upon entering. Such periods rarely announce themselves. One recognizes them only afterward, when memory arranges events into an order that reality never possessed. Looking back across the many years that separate me from those days, I have come to think that Lord Sebastian Vallemont's return to England marked the beginning of one such season. No carriage bearing his luggage rolled dramatically into Grosvenor Square. No messenger hurried breathlessly through our doors, and no newspaper reported his arrival with particular interest. Society learned of it in the manner society learned nearly everything of consequence, through the quiet accumulation of observations. A gentleman encountered him at White's Club. A lady noticed his name entered in the guest register of Claridge's. His tailor received instructions regarding evening clothes suitable for the London season. Within 48 hours, everyone who considered themselves informed knew he had returned, though scarcely anyone could have identified the source of their knowledge. The first official communication arrived 2 mornings later in the form of a brief note from the Duke of Vallemont to the Earl. The Duke and Duchess remained upon the continent, their affairs requiring a longer absence than originally anticipated, while Lord Sebastian had returned alone to manage several matters of family business before the beginning of Parliament. The letter was courteous, restrained, and entirely without explanation. Lady Helena read it over breakfast, folded it once and placed it beside her plate without comment. Lord Frederick continued reading the Morning Post, while Lady Evelyn attempted, with questionable success, to persuade Miss Ashdown that a raven observed in the square possessed remarkable intelligence because it had learned to avoid only the least trustworthy dogs. The Earl drank his coffee in silence. Nothing further was said concerning Sebastian until the meal had ended, when Lady Helena rose from the table and remarked, almost as an afterthought, that the Vallemonts would likely be seen before the week was over. Only Caroline paused. She had been buttering a piece of toast with the calm efficiency that years of careful upbringing had made almost unconscious. At the mention of Sebastian's return, the knife remained suspended for the briefest instant before continuing its work. Had I not been seated opposite her arranging the morning correspondence, I doubt anyone would have noticed. Yet the interruption was unmistakable. It lasted perhaps a second, then her expression settled once more into its familiar composure. One learns, in a household devoted to observation, that the smallest movements often carry the greatest meaning. Preparations for Lord Frederick's wedding to Adelaide Cresswell continued with admirable determination. Lady Helena refused to allow speculation concerning Sebastian's return to intrude upon arrangements already months in progress. Florists arrived daily to discuss flowers suitable for both the London ceremony and the Hampshire reception. Seamstresses occupied an upstairs sitting room with lengths of silk, lace, and measuring tapes. Mr. Farley consulted with wine merchants, musicians, coachmen, and printers, while preserving the impression that none of these matters required the slightest effort. Invitations continued to leave my office in carefully ordered bundles, each addressed in my best hand, each sealed beneath the Winthrop crest, each representing another thread in the elaborate web of relationships Lady Helena had spent 3 decades maintaining. Yet beneath the activity, curiosity spread through the household with the quiet persistence of perfume drifting beneath a closed door. The servants, naturally, knew nothing certain. They therefore discussed possibilities with remarkable confidence. Thomas Torrance, the head footman, expressed the opinion that Lord Sebastian had returned because his family's continental investments had failed. Mrs. Ellison dismissed this as improbable and suggested instead that a foreign romance had ended badly. One of the younger maids believed he intended to marry an Italian countess, while the coachman maintained that no gentleman ever returned unexpectedly unless compelled by money or affection. Mr. Farley discouraged such conversations whenever he encountered them, though I occasionally suspected he possessed more accurate information than anyone else and merely considered speculation beneath his dignity. For my own part, I found myself thinking less about Sebastian than about Caroline. The years had altered her in subtle ways. The lively curiosity that had once coloured her conversation had become quieter, though not diminished. She laughed less frequently than before, yet when she did, the laughter carried greater warmth because it had survived disappointment rather than ignorance. She devoted increasing time to Lady Helena's charitable work, particularly the schools supported by the family in Hampshire. She visited the village more often than society expected of an earl's daughter, learning the names of children, remembering illnesses, and writing notes of encouragement that were never intended to be admired beyond the recipients themselves. Sorrow, I had discovered, sometimes enlarged a person's sympathy rather than narrowing it. Caroline had become gentler without becoming weaker. Miss Ashdown observed the change as well. One afternoon we found ourselves together in the library while Lady Evelyn practised the pianoforte with determined enthusiasm elsewhere in the house. Rain drifted softly against the windows overlooking Grosvenor Square, muting the usual traffic until even the carriage wheels seemed respectful of the weather. Miss Ashdown stood examining a volume recently returned from the circulating library, though I doubted she had turned a page in several minutes. "Lady Caroline appears happier of late," I remarked. She smiled faintly. "I wonder whether happier is the correct word. What would you choose instead?" Resolved. The distinction seemed worth considering. "Happiness may arrive unexpectedly," she continued. "Resolution is usually earned." There was something in her tone suggesting she spoke from experience rather than theory, though I did not ask what circumstances had taught her the lesson. Our acquaintance had grown steadily over the preceding years, yet neither of us possessed the habit of intruding upon private sorrows merely because friendship permitted the attempt. Some confidences emerge naturally when allowed sufficient time. Others remain permanently silent without diminishing affection. The first direct consequence of Sebastian's return occurred 5 days after the Duke's letter arrived. It was shortly after 11 when Mr. Farley entered my office carrying a visiting card upon a silver tray. His expression remained as composed as ever, yet I detected the slightest hesitation before he placed the tray upon my desk. "Lord Sebastian Vallemont," he said. I looked toward the card. "Is he expected?" "No, Mr. Blackthorne." "Has his lordship been informed?" "Not yet." Mr. Farley rarely sought advice. The fact that he now waited rather than immediately announcing the visitor suggested uncertainty regarding the proper course. "The Earl is in the library." "Yes." "And Lady Helena?" "In the morning room." He inclined his head. "Very good." The butler departed with the tray, leaving me alone with the uncomfortable awareness that certain visits possess significance long before any words are exchanged. The Earl received Sebastian in the library. The interview lasted nearly 40 minutes. No raised voices reached my office. No dramatic departure disturbed the quiet rhythm of the house. At one point, Lady Helena entered, remaining inside for perhaps 10 minutes before leaving again. When Sebastian finally emerged, his expression bore little resemblance to the effortless confidence for which he had once been known. He looked older than the calendar justified. Not aged precisely, but acquainted with disappointment in a manner impossible to counterfeit. He paused outside my office. "Mr. Blackthorne." "My lord." "I hope you have been well." "I have, thank you." He hesitated. "I imagine Lady Caroline has no wish to receive me." His tone lacked self-pity. It possessed only honesty. "I would not presume to answer for Lady Caroline." "No," he said quietly, "I suppose not." He adjusted his gloves, thanked me with a slight inclination of the head, and left the house. The Earl summoned me immediately afterward. He stood beside the library window, watching rain gather upon the iron railings surrounding the square. Lady Helena occupied a chair near the fireplace, though no fire had been lit. Neither spoke for several moments. "Lord Sebastian has requested permission to call upon Lady Caroline," the Earl said at last. "I see. He has also informed us that his family intends him to marry Lady Eleanor Havisham." The name was familiar. Lady Eleanor belonged to an ancient family of considerable wealth, their estates lying principally in Northumberland. "The arrangement has not yet been announced," Lady Helena added. "But it is understood?" "So it appears." The Earl turned from the window. "Lord Sebastian believes he owes Caroline an explanation." I considered the matter carefully. "And what do you believe, my lord?" He looked toward Lady Helena before answering. "I believe explanations often arrive too late." No decision was made that afternoon. Lady Helena wished to protect Caroline from renewed disappointment. The Earl believed his daughter should choose for herself. Lord Frederick, when informed that evening, expressed the opinion that Sebastian had forfeited any claim upon her attention when he allowed his family to separate them years before. Lady Evelyn declared the entire situation hopelessly unfair, and was instructed by Miss Ashdown that fairness had seldom been consulted before arranging aristocratic marriages. Caroline herself remained unaware of the discussion until the following morning. Lady Helena requested her presence in the morning room immediately after breakfast. I happened to be carrying correspondence into the adjoining office when Caroline entered. The door remained closed for nearly an hour. When she emerged, her face revealed nothing. She crossed the hall toward the staircase before noticing me standing beside the writing table. "Good morning, Mr. Blackthorne." "Good morning, Lady Caroline." She paused. "His lordship tells me Lord Sebastian has called." "Yes, and wishes to see me." "That is my understanding." She looked toward the rain-streaked windows. "What would you do?" The question surprised me more than the earlier one she had asked concerning her letter years before. "I have discovered, Lady Caroline, that advice offered too quickly often serves the adviser better than the person seeking it." She smiled faintly. "Then perhaps you might take a little longer." I found myself remembering the words Lady Helena had spoken years earlier. Kindness consists in preventing a young person from mistaking intensity for permanence. Time had complicated that wisdom. "I think," I said slowly, "that there are conversations we avoid because we fear reopening old wounds." "Yes. And there are conversations we avoid because we fear discovering they never truly healed." She remained silent. "I cannot tell you which this would be." Caroline thanked me. She neither accepted nor declined Sebastian's request that day. The answer came 2 mornings later in the form of a brief note written in her own unmistakable hand. She would receive Lord Sebastian at 4 o'clock on Thursday in the blue drawing-room. Lady Helena read the note before it was dispatched. She neither altered a word nor offered an opinion. Thursday arrived beneath clear spring skies. The wedding preparations continued throughout the house with deliberate normality, though everyone aware of the appointment found reasons to pass near the blue drawing-room during the afternoon. Mr. Farley ensured that tea would be served precisely 15 minutes after Sebastian's arrival, and removed 20 minutes later, whether it had been touched or not. Such details might appear insignificant, yet they represented the quiet choreography by which households like ours attempted to preserve dignity during difficult conversations. At precisely 4 o'clock, Sebastian arrived. He wore a dark morning coat without decoration and carried no flowers, no gift, and no letter. I considered this wise. Mr. Farley announced him and withdrew. The door closed. No one interrupted them. For nearly an hour the blue drawing-room remained entirely silent. At one point I passed the corridor carrying papers to the library and noticed only that the curtains had been drawn slightly against the afternoon sun. Once I heard Caroline laugh, softly and briefly. Later there came a longer silence. When Sebastian departed shortly before 5, he looked relieved rather than joyful. Caroline did not accompany him to the entrance. She remained in the drawing-room for another 20 minutes before joining the family for tea. No announcement followed. No engagement was broken. No romance resumed. Yet something essential had changed. That evening, after the house had settled, I found a folded sheet of paper upon my desk. It bore Caroline's handwriting. Inside was a single sentence. Some chapters deserve an ending, even when they cannot become another beginning. There was no signature, no explanation. Only later did I understand why she had entrusted the sentence to me. She knew, perhaps better than anyone, that I preserved the family's correspondence, and some letters were never meant to be filed among the others. If the London season represented society at its most brilliant, then a great aristocratic wedding represented society at its most revealing. Balls and dinners displayed rank, conversation, and accomplishment. A wedding displayed allegiance. Every invitation accepted or declined carried meaning beyond courtesy. Every guest seated within the church proclaimed a relationship either preserved or newly established. Those absent, without compelling reason, were discussed almost as much as those present, while newspapers devoted columns not merely to the ceremony itself, but to the order in which the carriages arrived and the names appearing upon breakfast tables afterward. Such occasions were described as celebrations of love by those who had never organized one. In truth, they celebrated continuity. Families announced not only that two young people had chosen one another, but that the social order itself continued to function as intended. Looking back after many decades, I have often thought that weddings reveal more about parents than children. The young stand at the altar believing themselves to be beginning life. The older generation sits in the pews, measuring what will remain after they are gone. Preparations for Lord Frederick Winthrop's marriage to Miss Adelaide Cresswell occupied nearly every room of Waverley House throughout the spring. Tailors, florists, printers, jewellers, musicians, coachmakers, pastry chefs, photographers, clergy and lawyers appeared in a procession so constant that the front hall resembled a government office rather than a private residence. Lady Helena directed the enterprise with extraordinary composure. Lists accumulated upon her writing desk in carefully ordered piles, each relating to some aspect of the occasion invisible to those who would later praise its effortless elegance. guest accommodations, carriage routes, floral deliveries, choir rehearsals, seating plans, breakfast menus, wine selections, weather contingencies, charitable donations in lieu of unnecessary gifts, servants' schedules, church decorations, and railway timetables all passed beneath her attention. Nothing escaped her, yet I never once heard her complain of exhaustion. She regarded the successful management of such complexity not as a burden, but as one of the quiet responsibilities attached to her position. Adelaide entered this whirlwind with admirable good sense. She possessed neither the nervous excitement common among fashionable brides, nor the detached calm expected of women determined to appear above ordinary feeling. Instead, she approached each arrangement practically, asking sensible questions where others might have deferred to tradition simply because it was old. She wished the flowers from the church to be distributed afterward among the village hospital and schools rather than discarded. She requested that the breakfast include produce supplied by tenant farms from both the Waverley and Cresswell estates, believing the marriage should acknowledge the communities supporting both families. When informed that custom required 6 bridesmaids, she quietly observed that 5 appeared entirely sufficient, and that a 7th young lady should not be invited merely because someone feared the appearance of uneven numbers. Lady Helena, after considering the matter for perhaps half a minute, agreed. "You have discovered," the Countess remarked, "that many traditions survive because no one remembers who first questioned them. I hope I have not questioned too many." "My dear Adelaide, if one cannot question arrangements before marriage, one will certainly question them afterward." The remark produced laughter throughout the morning-room, including from the Earl, who happened to be passing through with a stack of parliamentary papers beneath his arm. It pleased me to observe how naturally Adelaide had become part of the household. Her fortune might have introduced her to Waverley House, but her character had earned her place within it. Lord Frederick changed less visibly. He remained as conscientious as ever regarding estate matters, though marriage had softened certain edges of his temperament. The perpetual concern that had marked his expression during the preceding years appeared less pronounced, as though sharing responsibility with another intelligent person had relieved a burden he had long imagined he must carry alone. He continued travelling frequently between London and Hampshire, inspecting railway construction, reviewing accounts, and meeting with estate managers, yet he now wrote regularly to Adelaide whenever business separated them. Their correspondence passed through my office because neither considered affection something requiring elaborate secrecy. The letters themselves remained private, of course, but I could not avoid noticing certain characteristics. They discussed practical matters as often as emotional ones. Frederick described drainage improvements with almost as much enthusiasm as forthcoming dinners. Adelaide replied with observations concerning village schools, charitable committees, and books she believed he ought to read. Their affection revealed itself through attention rather than extravagance. I came to admire that quality because it suggested a marriage likely to endure beyond its first enthusiasm. The Earl watched these developments with evident satisfaction, though occasionally I caught him studying his son with an expression difficult to interpret. It was neither pride alone nor melancholy alone, but some combination of both. One evening, while we reviewed correspondence after dinner, he closed a ledger and remarked that every father imagines he prepares his son to inherit an estate, when in truth he prepares himself to surrender it gradually without appearing to notice. The observation seemed directed as much toward his own future as toward Frederick's. "You believe the estate already belongs to him?" I asked. "In many respects it does." "You remain its master?" "For now." He looked toward the library shelves, where generations of family papers rested behind polished doors. An inheritance begins long before the funeral. I wrote the sentence later in my journal because it struck me as containing more wisdom than I then understood. Not everyone greeted the engagement with equal enthusiasm. Among certain branches of the family, old prejudices lingered beneath carefully arranged politeness. Lady Amelia Dunsford, whose opinions had survived every political reform of the century entirely unchanged, observed at luncheon that industrial fortunes possessed the unfortunate habit of smelling faintly of coal, regardless of how elegantly they were invested. Lady Helena replied that she had never found coal particularly offensive when it kept village schools warm during winter. The conversation proceeded elsewhere. Lady Amelia, to her credit, accepted defeat without prolonging it. Others expressed concern less openly. A distant cousin wrote privately to the Earl suggesting that marriages between ancient families and commercial ones might gradually dissolve the distinctions preserving English society. The Earl drafted several replies before deciding upon one consisting of only 3 sentences. I copied it in my best hand. My dear cousin, I have always found character more durable than ancestry, and usefulness more dependable than pride. Miss Cresswell possesses both. Your affectionate kinsman, Waverley. The cousin never raised the subject again. Sir Rowland, meanwhile, bore the social attention surrounding the engagement with remarkable restraint. Invitations multiplied. Newspapers praised his business achievements in language previously reserved for statesmen. Men who had once dismissed him as a fortunate manufacturer now sought his opinion concerning investments, railway policy, and municipal reform. He accepted these changes with a detached amusement that occasionally emerged during our conversations. I spent 20 years attempting to persuade people my railways would reach Manchester, he remarked, while reviewing contracts in my office. Now they ask whether I prefer claret or burgundy, as though that were the more pressing question. You dislike the attention? I distrust sudden admiration. He folded a memorandum before continuing. When society changes its opinion overnight, it usually means society has discovered an advantage. The remark possessed its usual practical accuracy. Lady Caroline remained deeply involved in the wedding preparations, though after her meeting with Sebastian, something within her had settled into a calmer acceptance. She spoke of him no more. Indeed, his name gradually disappeared from household conversation entirely. News reached us occasionally through acquaintances that he had become formally engaged to Lady Eleanor Havisham. The announcement appeared in the Morning Post beneath a list of parliamentary appointments and race results, occupying scarcely more than a few inches of print. Lady Helena read the notice over breakfast without comment. Caroline continued pouring tea for Lady Evelyn, as though the page contained nothing beyond the weather forecast. That afternoon I found her in the library, replacing several books borrowed from Miss Ashdown. I imagine congratulations will soon be expected, she said quietly. For Lord Sebastian? She nodded. I shall write them. You need not. I know. She smiled with remarkable gentleness. But I ought. There exists a kind of forgiveness requiring no public declaration. Caroline had reached it. Miss Ashdown seemed to understand before anyone else. Their friendship, strengthened by years of shared charitable work and quiet conversation, had grown into something approaching sisterhood despite differences in station. I occasionally encountered them walking together through the gardens behind the Hampshire house, or sitting beside the lake discussing books, while Lady Evelyn attempted to sketch landscapes of heroic ugliness. Miss Ashdown rarely offered direct advice. She listened with uncommon patience and possessed the gift of asking precisely the question another person had avoided asking themselves. One evening she lingered after Lady Evelyn's lesson while I arranged correspondence. "You once told me," she said, "that some conversations reveal wounds not yet healed." "I remember." "You were mistaken." "Oh?" "They sometimes reveal wounds that have healed well enough to stop pretending they never existed." I considered the observation. "And Lady Caroline?" "She will be all right." The certainty with which she spoke impressed me. "You sound very confident." "I am." "How can you be sure?" Miss Ashdown looked toward the library window, where the first light of evening settled across Grosvenor Square. "Because she has begun thinking more about other people's happiness than her own disappointment." The wedding approached rapidly. The ceremony itself was to be held at St. George's, Hanover Square, whose walls had witnessed the marriages of generations whose names filled peerage books and newspaper archives alike. The breakfast afterward would take place at Waverley House before the newly married couple departed for a brief journey through Scotland and the Highlands. Adelaide having insisted she wished to see something of Britain beyond drawing-rooms and railway carriages before undertaking foreign travel. The morning of the wedding dawned unusually clear. London had endured several days of rain beforehand, leaving the air washed clean and the sky an extraordinary blue seldom associated with the city. From my office window I watched servants decorate the entrance with flowers delivered before sunrise, while workmen erected temporary awnings more from habit than necessity. By 8 o'clock, Grosvenor Square had begun attracting spectators hopeful of glimpsing distinguished guests. Carriages appeared steadily throughout the morning, though the principal arrivals were carefully timed to avoid confusion. Within the house, calm prevailed only because everyone laboured tirelessly to preserve it. Lady Helena moved from room to room, offering reassurance where needed and instructions where unavoidable. Mr. Farley conducted servants with the precision of an orchestra. Mrs. Ellison inspected guest chambers one final time. Mrs. Bramwell emerged briefly from the kitchens, only to announce that no one was to disturb her unless the Archbishop himself required luncheon. Even Lady Evelyn, ordinarily inclined toward cheerful distraction, performed every assigned duty without complaint. I spent most of the morning carrying messages between the library, the entrance hall, and the church. At one point, the Earl requested confirmation that Sir Rowland had arrived safely. "He is in the drawing-room, my lord." "Alone?" "Yes." The Earl nodded thoughtfully. "Ask whether he would join me." I found Sir Rowland standing before a portrait of the fourth Earl. "He appears determined not to approve of me," Sir Rowland observed. "I believe he disapproved of nearly everyone, sir." "That is comforting." He accompanied me to the library. The two fathers remained together for perhaps 15 minutes before proceeding separately to the church. Neither ever spoke of their conversation, but when they emerged, each seemed more at ease than before. The ceremony itself passed with solemn beauty. The church overflowed with guests, representing worlds that only a generation earlier would rarely have mingled so naturally. Dukes sat beside industrialists, bishops beside railway directors, politicians beside village schoolmasters invited personally by Adelaide. Society observed the arrangement with approval because success possesses remarkable powers of persuasion. Frederick looked uncommonly happy. Adelaide looked entirely certain. When they exchanged vows, I glanced briefly toward the Earl. His expression remained composed, yet his eyes rested upon his son with unmistakable tenderness. The breakfast at Waverley House unfolded almost perfectly. Toasts were proposed, speeches delivered, gifts admired, musicians applauded, and newspapers quietly admitted to selected rooms only after family portraits had been completed. Sir Rowland's speech proved shorter than expected and considerably more moving. "My daughter," he said, "has taught me throughout her life that education may improve fortune but never replace character. Today she joins a family that has demonstrated precisely the same lesson from the opposite direction." The room applauded warmly. The Earl rose afterward. "I have spent many years believing that inheritance consisted chiefly of land, names, and responsibilities passed from one generation to another." He paused. "My future daughter has persuaded me that the finest inheritances are those we freely receive from people who were under no obligation to give them." He turned towards Sir Rowland. "My friend, thank you." No further explanation proved necessary. Late that afternoon, after the guests had begun departing and the newly married couple had left amid showers of flower petals and cheerful applause, Waverley House entered the peculiar stillness that follows every great celebration. Servants cleared tables, musicians packed instruments, flowers stood quietly in rooms suddenly too large for them, and sunlight stretched across polished floors where only hours earlier hundreds of feet had passed. I remained in the library organising congratulatory telegrams when the Earl entered alone. He removed his gloves slowly and placed them upon the desk. "It has been a successful day." "Indeed, my lord." He looked around the room. "The house seems larger." I understood. It often does after weddings. He smiled faintly. "You speak from experience?" "Only observation." He nodded. "Observation has become experience for you, Mr. Blackthorne." For several minutes we worked in comfortable silence. Then the Earl opened the drawer containing Lucian Marrable's letters. "You know," he said thoughtfully, "families imagine they preserve houses." He rested one hand upon the old correspondence. "I sometimes think the houses preserve us." He closed the drawer gently. Outside, the final carriage rolled away from Grosvenor Square. Within Waverley House, another generation had begun its life. None of us yet realized how greatly the years ahead would test everything celebrated that spring afternoon, nor how quickly prosperity, affection, and certainty could be asked to justify themselves before circumstances no invitation list could exclude. The wedding had united Old England with New. History, however, had not finished introducing itself. The years following Lord Frederick's marriage did not pass with the clean divisions later imposed upon them by memory. No single winter ended one era, and no particular spring announced the beginning of another. Change accumulated quietly, as dust accumulates upon the upper shelves of a library, unnoticed until a hand disturbs it and reveals the darker outline of what once stood there. Frederick and Adelaide returned from Scotland with a comfort in one another's company that pleased both families and disappointed those members of society who preferred marriages to contain either spectacular romance or immediate unhappiness. They settled first at a smaller house upon the Hampshire estate, where Frederick could remain near the agricultural offices and Adelaide could pursue the educational and housing reforms she had discussed before their engagement. Their arrangement was practical, affectionate, and sufficiently removed from Grosvenor Square to allow them the beginnings of an independent life without creating the appearance of separation from the family. Sir Rowland visited often and gradually became as familiar in Hampshire as he had once been conspicuous in Mayfair. The Earl consulted him on matters of investment and transport, while Lady Helena relied increasingly upon Adelaide's judgment in charitable affairs. For a time it appeared that Waverley had successfully adapted without surrendering any essential part of itself. The railway brought tenants easier access to markets. Visitors arrived from London with greater convenience, and several parcels of estate land increased in value. Repairs long deferred were undertaken, the most urgent debts were reduced. Newspapers occasionally praised the Winthrops as an example of an old family prepared to meet a modern age with intelligence rather than resentment. Those articles pleased Lord Frederick and embarrassed his father, who disliked public praise for actions he regarded as common duty. Yet improvement in one quarter did not arrest decline elsewhere. The estate's position remained dependent upon variables no household could command: harvests, interest rates, industrial markets, tenant prosperity, and the steady expansion of obligations once undertaken in confidence that income would continue indefinitely. The railway itself produced complications. Land values rose near the station, but declined along certain routes disturbed by smoke and noise. Younger villagers discovered that employment elsewhere could be reached within hours rather than days, and some abandoned agricultural work for factories, offices, and expanding towns. Wages increased where labour became scarce. Farms that had been sustained by families for generations were surrendered by sons who did not wish to inherit them. The Earl regarded each departure as a personal failure, though no individual decision of his had caused it. Lord Frederick attempted to explain that opportunity altered loyalty more powerfully than discontent, but his father found little comfort in the distinction. To a man who believed land connected generations, the sight of young people leaving willingly seemed a kind of broken covenant. Adelaide understood the movement more readily. She had grown up near industries where families arrived and departed according to wages, housing, and opportunity. She did not romanticize permanence, though she respected those who valued it. Under her influence, several estate cottages were modernized with improved ventilation, drainage, and access to clean water. A small library was established beside the village school, and evening lessons were offered for older children and working adults. Some relations dismissed these projects as fashionable benevolence. The tenants did not. Attendance exceeded expectations, particularly during winter, and Adelaide's reputation spread far beyond the circles into which she had married. She possessed the rare ability to propose reform without treating its beneficiaries as evidence of her virtue. This endeared her to people who would have distrusted a more enthusiastic patron. Her first child, Edward Alastair Winthrop, was born 2 years after the wedding. The event produced the predictable celebration attached to the arrival of an heir, though the family's happiness was more genuine than ceremonial. The Earl travelled to Frederick's house immediately upon receiving word, and remained there for most of the day, despite having intended to address the Lords that afternoon. Lady Helena entered the nursery with composed dignity and emerged with tears upon her face. Sir Rowland, who had managed railway accidents, financial panics, and hostile committees without visible agitation, held his grandson as though entrusted with an unstable explosive. Even Mr. Farley permitted the household a glass of champagne below stairs, though he insisted the celebration not interfere with the dinner service. I saw the child first several weeks later, when Adelaide brought him to Grosvenor Square. He slept through most of the visit, apparently unimpressed by portraits, lineage, or the expectations surrounding his existence. The Earl carried him into the library and stood before the shelves containing family correspondence. The contrast between the old man and the infant affected me more than I expected. One represented memory, accumulated almost beyond bearing. The other possessed no memory at all, and yet had already become the destination toward which so many duties were directed. "This will all be his concern one day," the Earl said. Frederick, standing nearby, replied that the boy might prefer books to accounts. Then he will learn that books also cost money. The Earl's answer was gently spoken, but no one laughed. 3 years later, a daughter was born and named Lucy Helena. By then, the family had grown accustomed to children's voices in rooms previously governed by ceremony. Edward overturned an inkstand in the library before learning the significance of the desk upon which it stood. Lucy took her first unsupported steps between Lady Helena's chair and Adelaide's outstretched hands in the morning room. Lady Evelyn, now a young woman of spirited intelligence rather than a mischievous child, encouraged both children in forms of behaviour the household considered insufficiently aristocratic and entirely delightful. She taught Edward to identify birds, allowed Lucy to rearrange calling cards into imaginary families, and informed them that ancestral portraits could not hear criticism after sunset. The presence of the children gave Waverley House an appearance of renewal, but renewal and recovery are not the same. The Earl's health began to decline slowly during those years. At first it manifested only as fatigue after parliamentary sittings and a stiffness he attributed to weather. He climbed the main staircase more carefully and sat more frequently during long receptions. Dr. Matthew Greystone advised rest, reduced obligations, and a winter spent somewhere warmer. The Earl accepted the advice in principle, while continuing precisely as before. Men of his generation often regarded physical weakness as an administrative inconvenience that could be resolved through better scheduling. Lady Helena adapted without speaking of adaptation. Meetings were shortened. Invitations were declined on grounds of prior engagements. The Earl's study was arranged so that frequently used papers required less movement. A chair appeared near the library window where none had previously stood, ostensibly because the light was favourable for reading. The household adjusted around his limitations, while preserving the fiction that no limitations existed. This kindness protected his dignity, but also allowed him to avoid confronting the seriousness of his condition. I had by then served the family for more than 15 years. My hair had begun to show its first grey at the temples, though Mr. Farley assured me with grave impartiality that this made me look more dependable. My responsibilities had expanded until the title of private secretary no longer described the full nature of my work. I managed correspondence for the Earl, assisted Lord Frederick with estate affairs, maintained portions of the family archive, advised Lady Helena on social obligations, and occasionally undertook tasks no position could have formally contained. I was neither servant in the ordinary sense nor member of the family, yet the distinction mattered less in practice than it had during my youth. Familiarity had not abolished hierarchy, but it had softened its visible edges. I could disagree with the Earl respectfully and be heard. Lady Helena occasionally asked my opinion rather than merely my assistance. Frederick treated me as a trusted colleague. The children called me Mr. Blackthorne with exaggerated solemnity before seeking permission to enter the library. Miss Clara Ashdown remained at Waverley longer than anyone originally expected. Lady Evelyn had long outgrown the need for a governess, but Clara's abilities had become too useful to dismiss and too broad to confine. She assisted Adelaide with the estate schools, organised reading programmes, advised on the selection of teachers, and maintained correspondence with charitable institutions in London and Hampshire. Her title altered gradually from governess to companion and educational secretary, though the change did not entirely resolve her uncertain social position. At dinners, she might be included when her knowledge was useful and omitted when convention reasserted itself. Guests praised her intelligence while continuing to treat it as unexpected. She bore these contradictions with grace, though I became increasingly aware of their cost. Our friendship had also changed. The conversations once stolen in corridors or beside library shelves lengthened into walks, shared tasks, and evenings spent reviewing books for the village school. Nothing was declared between us. We were both old enough to recognize affection and cautious enough to understand the consequences of naming it. My salary was respectable but not substantial. Clara possessed little independent means. Marriage would require either leaving Waverley or asking the household to accommodate an arrangement with no obvious place within its established structure. Years earlier, such obstacles might have appeared insurmountable. Time transformed them from barriers into excuses, though neither of us admitted this. One autumn evening, while rain struck the windows and the family remained in Hampshire, Clara and I worked alone in the London library selecting volumes to be sent to the estate reading room. The house felt unusually empty. Dust sheets covered furniture in several drawing rooms, and only a reduced staff remained in residence. Clara stood upon a small ladder examining the upper shelves while I recorded titles at the desk. "We have spent a surprising portion of our lives choosing books for other people," she said. "It is safer than choosing lives for them." "Is that what we have done? Chosen books? Chosen lives?" The question seemed casual, yet the silence afterward was not. "I once believed circumstance chose for us," I replied. "And now?" "I am less certain." She descended the ladder and placed a volume upon the table. Uncertainty becomes less romantic with age. There are moments when a person recognizes that courage has been postponed so often it has become another form of fear. I understood what Clara had offered me in that conversation, not a declaration, but an opening. I might have asked whether she wished for a life beyond the arrangements into which habit had settled us. I might have spoken honestly of the affection I had carried for years. Instead, I remarked upon the condition of the book's binding and suggested it should be repaired before being sent. Clara looked at me for a long moment. "Yes," she said, "that would be sensible." She returned to the shelves. I have forgotten the title of the book. I have not forgotten the disappointment in her voice. The first rooms at Grosvenor Square were closed permanently the following winter. Officially, the decision concerned heating. The north drawing room and 2 guest chambers were costly to maintain and little used outside the season. Furniture was covered, delicate objects removed, and the doors locked until such time as circumstances justified reopening them. Lady Helena presented the change as a sensible preservation of rooms that had suffered from smoke and damp. Mr. Farley accepted the instruction without visible reaction, though the keys remained upon his ring like small reminders of retreat. One closed room leads easily to another. The family library remained active, the dining room necessary, and the principal drawing rooms indispensable to society, but lesser spaces gradually ceased to justify their expense. A breakfast room became storage. An upstairs parlour was no longer heated. The former schoolroom, once filled with Lady Evelyn's books and arguments, stood unused after its contents were transferred to Hampshire. Each closure seemed reasonable. Together they altered the character of the house. Corridors grew quieter. Servants carried lamps only where required. Dust gathered beneath covered chandeliers. Waverley House still impressed visitors, but those who knew it well could feel its life contracting toward the central rooms. The household staff diminished by attrition rather than dismissal. Servants who married or found other positions were not always replaced. Thomas Torrance, after years as head footman, accepted a butler's post with a prosperous banking family in Kensington. Mr. Farley congratulated him formally and spent the remainder of the day in unusually severe silence. A younger footman's duties expanded. 2 maids covered rooms once assigned to 3. The second coach was sold and the stable staff reduced. Mrs. Bramwell complained that economy would eventually require serving dinner before it had been cooked, though she adjusted her menus with greater skill than she admitted. The loss of servants troubled Lady Helena less for reasons of convenience than continuity. A great household depended upon accumulated knowledge: who preferred which room, which silver was used for family dinners, how the Earl's papers were arranged, where draught entered during east winds, which guests required tactful distance from one another. Every departure removed a portion of that memory. New staff could learn duties, but not history. Lady Helena understood perhaps better than anyone that elegance rested upon repetition, and repetition required people willing to remain. Mr. Farley remained. He had served Waverley for more than 40 years by then, and moved somewhat more slowly, though no one dared mention it. His hair had whitened entirely. He delegated more tasks while maintaining authority through presence alone. The entrance hall clock continued to be corrected according to his watch, never the reverse. Guests still judged the order of the household by the calm with which he received them. Yet I noticed that he sometimes rested one hand upon the sideboard when he believed himself unobserved. One morning he came to my office with a list of household silver. Her ladyship has requested valuation of several pieces. Sale? She did not use the word. Neither did I. The items selected were not those most associated with the family. Duplicate services, presentation bowls, ornamental pieces inherited from distant relations, and objects impressive chiefly because of their weight were removed first. A dealer visited through the side entrance. Cases left the house after dark to avoid notice. The proceeds paid for roof repairs and medical expenses upon the estate. Such exchanges became part of Waverley life. Silver for slate, paintings for drainage, jewellery for cottages, memory converted into maintenance. Lord Frederick regarded this as rational. The Earl experienced each sale as a small amputation. He did not oppose the decisions, but asked repeatedly where particular objects had gone, as though absence required a destination to remain bearable. The changing condition of elite society could be observed beyond our own doors. Families once regarded as permanent sold London houses, leased country estates, or married children into American and industrial fortunes with increasing openness. Some departed England altogether. Others transformed ancestral homes into seasonal residences visited less for duty than display. The old certainty linking land, title, and authority weakened. Wealth moved faster than lineage. Political reforms expanded participation beyond circles that had once considered governance an inherited responsibility. Newspapers scrutinized privilege with greater appetite. Public expectations changed. The language of obligation remained, but fewer people accepted that aristocratic birth alone justified influence. Sir Rowland welcomed much of this change while warning that new power would prove no more virtuous merely because it had been recently acquired. He had grown older, though his energy remained formidable. His enterprises expanded abroad, and his name appeared in political discussions with increasing frequency. He was offered a peerage and declined it. The refusal astonished society. When the Earl asked why, Sir Rowland replied that he had spent his life persuading noblemen commerce possessed dignity, and saw no reason to imply he required a title to confirm it. "You might accept for Adelaide's children," said the Earl. "They already have enough titles awaiting them." The Earl laughed more heartily than his health permitted, and was required to sit down. By then, Frederick and Adelaide had moved into the principal house in Hampshire for much of the year. The transfer occurred gradually. At first, they occupied rooms, while the Earl and Lady Helena retained full authority. Then Frederick assumed responsibility for staff decisions, agricultural planning, and major repairs. Adelaide supervised schools, medical assistance, and household modernization. The Earl continued to be consulted, but consultation replaced command. He felt the distinction even where no disrespect existed. One afternoon, after receiving a memorandum concerning the sale of timber, he placed the paper upon my desk. "Frederick has already decided. He seeks your approval. He seeks my blessing upon a decision properly made." "Is there a difference?" "Yes." He looked toward the fire. "Approval may alter the outcome." "And blessing?" "Only the conscience." I reminded him that Frederick valued both. The Earl smiled sadly. Sons value independence until they acquire it. Fathers value authority until they are required to release it. His physical decline accelerated during the winter that followed. A chest infection confined him first to the house, then to his rooms. Dr. Greystone attended daily. Parliament continued without him. Letters from colleagues accumulated upon my desk, expressing concern in phrases increasingly careful. Lady Helena remained beside him through long evenings, reading aloud when he could not sleep and managing household affairs from a smaller writing table brought into the adjoining dressing room. Frederick travelled repeatedly between Hampshire and London. Adelaide brought the children for short visits, but kept them from the sick room until the Earl requested their presence. Edward, then 8, entered with the grave uncertainty of a child instructed that cheerfulness might be inappropriate, but sadness unnecessary. Lucy carried a drawing of the Hampshire house with smoke emerging from every chimney and flowers occupying proportions impossible in nature. The Earl studied it as though it were an architectural plan. "You have made the house very warm," he said. "Mamma says old houses are cold." "Your mamma is correct." "And expensive." Frederick, standing behind her, closed his eyes briefly. The Earl laughed. The sound became a cough, but he continued smiling. After the children departed, he asked me to bring several boxes from the archive. Among them were Lucien Marrable's letters, his father's papers, and correspondence from the early years of his marriage. He spent several days reading. Occasionally he dictated notes identifying names or circumstances future generations might not understand. He did not attempt to improve the past. Where mistakes had been made, he recorded them plainly. Where uncertainty remained, he resisted the temptation to manufacture resolution. "A family archive should not become a defense brief," he told me. "The dead have already escaped judgment. We need not continue arguing their innocence." He also began destroying letters. This disturbed me more than I expected. I had spent years preserving the family's words, and the sight of paper curling into flame seemed a violation of purpose. Yet the Earl distinguished carefully between documents possessing historical value and those containing private confidences that could serve only curiosity. Letters written during illness, marital disagreement, grief and fear were placed aside for burning. He asked my opinion in several cases. "Will this help anyone understand us?" he would say. Sometimes I answered yes, often I could not. He burned those. One evening he handed me the sentence Caroline had once left upon my desk. "Some chapters deserve an ending, even when they cannot become another beginning." I had kept it among papers unrelated to the official archive. "You preserved this," he said. "I did." "Does Caroline know?" "I do not believe so." He returned the paper to me. "Then it belongs to you, not the family." I never learned how he found it. Perhaps I had placed it carelessly within another file years earlier. Perhaps the house had simply accumulated enough knowledge to expose any secret eventually. He recovered somewhat in spring, though not enough to resume his former life. Walks were limited to the square in fair weather. Dinners became smaller. He attended the Lords only on matters he considered essential. Society adjusted to his absence with the efficiency it applies to all diminishing influence. Invitations continued, but fewer required acceptance. Political acquaintances called with sincere affection or professional calculation, sometimes both. Younger men entered offices once occupied by his contemporaries. The world did not reject him. It moved beyond him. Lady Helena experienced this transformation as both relief and loss. For decades, she had managed a social position demanding constant attention. Now the demands weakened. She could decline evenings without explanation and spend longer periods in Hampshire with her grandchildren. Yet she also recognized that the network she had maintained was thinning. Friends died, withdrew, or left England. Hostesses once capable of shaping political conversation surrendered rooms to daughters with different interests. Rituals continued, but their authority diminished. Society became larger and less intimate, more public and less governed by private understanding. The last great reception at Waverley House occurred not because the family wished to hold one, but because Lady Helena understood that if the house withdrew entirely, others would define the withdrawal as defeat. She planned the evening with the same discipline that had marked the finest years of her social power, though the scale was smaller and the guest list more deliberate. The principal drawing rooms were opened and heated. Silver returned from storage. Flowers filled the entrance hall. Musicians played in the gallery. The closed north drawing room remained locked. The reception was widely praised. Guests admired the intimacy, the restraint, the absence of vulgar excess. Few understood that these qualities had been purchased through economy. The rooms appeared crowded because fewer had been opened. The flowers seemed artfully limited because larger orders were no longer justified. The evening succeeded because Lady Helena had spent a lifetime learning how to conceal the machinery of effort. I watched her receive guests at the head of the staircase beside the Earl, who stood longer than Dr. Greystone had advised, and smiled through visible fatigue. Frederick and Adelaide moved through the rooms as the true centre of the family, though neither displaced the older generation publicly. Caroline, now past the age at which society expected every unmarried woman to be seeking a husband, appeared composed and quietly independent. She had refused several respectable proposals over the years and devoted herself increasingly to charitable administration. Some pitied her, others considered her difficult. She seemed troubled by neither judgment. Lady Evelyn had married no one and scandalized certain relations by expressing contentment with the fact. She travelled, studied natural history, and returned to Waverley carrying notebooks, specimens, and opinions acquired in places aristocratic women were expected to visit only with husbands. The Earl took secret delight in her independence, while publicly describing it as exhausting. Clara stood near the library entrance, speaking with a school inspector and a bishop. She wore a dark blue dress of elegant simplicity, and for the first time I saw several guests approach her not as a governess attached to the family, but as a woman whose work had acquired its own authority. The sight filled me with pride and regret in equal measure. During the reception, the Earl withdrew briefly to the library. I followed when Mr. Farley signalled that he appeared unwell. He sat in the chair beside the window, breathing carefully, while music and conversation continued beyond the doors. "Do not summon Greystone," he said. "I have not." "You intended to?" "Yes." He smiled. "Loyalty has made you disobedient." "I learned from excellent examples." He looked toward the ceiling, listening to the sound of the house. "It is a fine evening." "It is. The last of its kind, I think." I attempted to object, but he lifted one hand. "Do not comfort me with improbabilities, Blackthorn. We have known one another too long." He rested for several minutes. "Do you remember your first dinner here?" "I do." "You looked terrified of the stationery." "I was terrified of everything." "And now?" "Now I know which things deserve it." He laughed softly. "That is almost wisdom." After he recovered, he returned to the reception against my advice. Lady Helena saw him enter and understood what had occurred without being told. She crossed the room and took his arm, not as assistance, but as affection. Together they continued receiving guests. The evening ended after midnight. Carriages departed across wet stones, lamps dimmed, and servants began restoring order. The Earl stood in the entrance hall until the final guest had gone. Then he looked upward toward the staircase and around the rooms beyond it. "Close the north drawing-room tomorrow," he told Mr. Farley. "It is already closed, my lord." The Earl appeared confused for only a moment. "Yes," he said. "Of course." He retired upstairs. The following morning, Lady Helena instructed that the principal ballroom also be closed except for family occasions. The chandeliers were covered, furniture moved inward and draped, shutters fastened, the doors locked. The final reception had exhausted the Earl, but it had accomplished what Lady Helena intended. Waverley House did not disappear from society in embarrassment. It bowed with dignity, leaving guests to speak of the elegance they had witnessed rather than the contraction they had failed to see. Afterward, the house became quieter than at any time since my arrival. The family spent more months in Hampshire. Grosvenor Square was opened only for short periods connected to Parliament or particular obligations. Staff occupied fewer rooms. Letters decreased. Dust settled more confidently upon the corridors. The square itself changed as embassies, businesses, and wealthy families from beyond the old aristocratic circles took possession of houses whose former occupants had believed their names inseparable from the addresses. One winter afternoon I walked through the closed ballroom alone. Pale light entered between shutters and fell across furniture beneath white covers. The room had once contained music, conversation, ambition, jealousy, courtship, diplomacy, and the endless movement of people certain the world existed to witness them. Now my footsteps echoed. I realized then that decline was not destruction. Nothing had collapsed. The house still stood. The family remained respected. Tenants still worked the land. Children played in Hampshire rooms. Correspondence continued, though in smaller volume. Duty survived. What had ended was the assumption of permanence. That loss changed everything. I returned to the library and found Clara sorting books into two piles, those to remain in London and those to be transferred to the country. "The house is emptying," she said. "Yes." "Will you remain?" The question was practical in form and personal in meaning. "As long as the Earl requires me." "And afterward?" I looked toward the shelves, the desk, and the connecting door through which he had first entered on the morning of my appointment. "I have not decided." Clara placed another book upon the Hampshire pile. "Then perhaps," she said quietly, "you should begin." Outside, evening gathered over Grosvenor Square. One by one, lamps appeared in neighbouring windows, though fewer belonged to families whose names I remembered from my youth. Within Waverley House, another room waited to be closed, and time, which had entered so discreetly none of us had thought to challenge it, continued moving through the halls. The Earl of Waverley died in the first week of February, during a winter so severe that the trees in Grosvenor Square stood beneath a skin of ice, and the iron railings remained white long after the morning frost should have melted. His death was neither sudden nor dramatic. There was no final declaration, no gathering of the household around a bed, while some perfectly formed sentence passed into family legend. He had been declining for months, though the intervals between illness and recovery had encouraged us to imagine that endurance might continue indefinitely. Human beings possess a remarkable ability to treat repetition as permanence. Because he had weakened and improved before, we believed he might do so again. Because he had risen from bed after previous fevers, we mistook survival for habit. In the final days, however, even Lady Helena ceased asking Dr. Greystone whether improvement remained possible. She asked instead whether he was comfortable. The family gathered at the Hampshire house. Frederick and Adelaide came from the estate offices and remained nearby almost constantly. Caroline travelled down from London with Lady Evelyn. The children were kept at a respectful distance, though the Earl asked to see them twice. Clara accompanied Caroline and took charge of the quiet, practical work that grief makes difficult. Arranging meals no one remembered to request, ensuring rooms remained warm, answering servants' questions, and protecting Lady Helena from visitors whose concern required attention she could no longer spare. I remained in the adjoining study with the correspondence, though almost no letter now mattered. Messages arrived from ministers, bishops, relations, old tenants, political colleagues, and acquaintances whose friendship had survived long after its usefulness. Some offered prayers, others offered doctors. Several expressed confidence in a recovery their writers could not honestly have expected. I answered them with phrases learned over a lifetime, and for the first time the language of reassurance seemed not elegant, but cruel. The Earl remained conscious through much of his final day. His strength was insufficient for extended conversation, yet his mind retained its clarity. Shortly after noon, he asked that I bring the leather portfolio he had carried into my office on the first morning of my employment. It had been repaired several times and darkened almost to black through decades of use. Inside were papers connected not to the estate, but to the family archive. Lucian Marrable's letter, the unsent note written by the Earl's mother, several pages concerning his father's financial difficulties, and a sealed envelope bearing my name. "You have spent your life arranging our papers," he said. "Much of it, my lord. That was not the life you expected." "No." "Do you regret it?" The question demanded honesty, though I was not certain he had strength for the full answer. "Some parts," he smiled faintly. "A cautious confession. I have learned caution from the family. That is not always a virtue." He rested for several moments before continuing. "The papers in the portfolio are yours to manage after my death. Frederick knows the principal facts. Helena knows more than she once did. The rest requires judgment. I will preserve what should be preserved, and destroy what should not." "Yes." He looked toward me with the old quiet authority that illness had weakened but not erased. "Do not confuse preservation with loyalty." I understood the distinction. A family could be betrayed by records kept as easily as by records destroyed. He placed one hand upon the sealed envelope. "This is for you. Read it later." I accepted the portfolio. Then he asked whether the library windows in London still admitted a draught from the western frame. I told him they did. "Have them repaired," he said. It was the final instruction he ever gave me. He died shortly before dawn, with Lady Helena beside him and Frederick seated near the foot of the bed. Caroline and Evelyn had remained in the adjoining room. I was downstairs when Mr. Farley came to the study door. He had travelled from London despite his age, and stood before me in formal black, his face composed with such effort that the discipline itself conveyed the news. "His lordship has passed," he said. No one moved for several seconds. The house had existed under the Earl's authority for so many years that his absence did not seem immediately real. Fires continued burning. Clocks continued striking. A maid crossed the hall carrying fresh linen because she had not yet been informed. Somewhere in the kitchens, breakfast preparations proceeded for a household that had no appetite. The machinery of service continued after the purpose governing it had changed. Frederick became the 8th Earl of Waverley at the instant of his father's death. No ceremony marked the transfer. He did not need to accept the title, and no one needed to grant it. One man ceased breathing, and another inherited a name, estate, seat, obligations, debts, privileges, memories, and expectations accumulated across generations. The old Earl's observation returned to me. An inheritance begins long before the funeral. Yet its completion was still brutally immediate. The new Earl came to the study later that morning. He looked exhausted and older than he had the previous night. "Mr. Blackthorne," he said. It was the first time he had addressed me as master of the house, though his tone held no authority beyond sorrow. "My lord." He flinched almost imperceptibly at the title. "There will be much to arrange." "Yes." "My mother wishes the funeral to be in Hampshire." "I expected so." He left instructions. "Some." I handed him the portfolio, but he pushed it back toward me. "He trusted you with the archive." "He trusted you with the family." Frederick looked at the worn leather. "Then we shall divide the burden." The funeral took place 10 days later beneath a sky the colour of unpolished silver. Snow remained along the edges of the churchyard, though the principal paths had been cleared. Tenants, servants, political figures, neighbours, industrialists, relations, and former members of the household filled the church and stood beyond its doors when no room remained. The Earl had never cultivated popularity, and perhaps for that reason the affection surrounding his burial seemed more substantial than public admiration. Men who disagreed with his politics came. Families whose rents he had postponed stood beside those whose leases he had refused to alter. Sir Rowland Cresswell walked with Frederick, not among the principal mourners by right of blood, but close enough to demonstrate the place he had earned. Mr. Farley stood with the household staff. He had refused a chair despite the length of the service. Mrs. Ellison wept without attempting concealment. Mrs. Bramwell, retired by then and living with a niece in Winchester, attended in a black bonnet and complained afterward that the church had been insufficiently heated, which was her preferred way of expressing distress. Lady Helena remained composed throughout. She did not collapse, tremble, or seek support beyond Frederick's arm when the coffin was lowered. Her grief possessed the discipline of a woman who had spent her life ensuring that private emotion did not become a burden upon others. Only once, as the final earth struck the lid, did her face alter. The expression lasted no more than a moment, yet it revealed not merely the loss of a husband, but the end of the person who had known her before she became the Countess of Waverley, before children, obligations, houses, guest lists, and decades of practised composure. Society had known them as Earl and Countess. Death left her remembering Alistair. After the funeral, the house filled with visitors, food, flowers, cards, and conversations conducted in lowered voices. Grief within elite society generated its own elaborate obligations. Calls had to be acknowledged. Letters required replies. Newspapers requested approved facts. Black-edged stationery was ordered. Public notices were drafted. Portraits were covered in certain rooms, though not all. The new Earl's formal title had to replace the old upon documents immediately, even while those writing it still associated the name with his father. I returned to Grosvenor Square after several weeks to begin organising the London papers. Waverley House had been closed during the illness, and upon entering I encountered a stillness different from the gradual quiet of recent years. This was not economy, it was absence. The entrance hall seemed to wait for someone no carriage would deliver. The library retained the arrangement the Earl had left during his final stay in town: spectacles beside a parliamentary report, a pencil resting within an open book, correspondence separated into piles whose reasoning only he and I understood. The chair near the window faced the square. Mr. Farley followed me into the room. "Shall I have the desk cleared, sir?" The question was ordinary and impossible. Not yet. He nodded, relieved. We left it untouched for another month. The Earl's will contained no surprises. The estate, title, principal houses, and family possessions passed according to inheritance. Lady Helena received generous provision and the right to occupy several rooms at the Hampshire House or Grosvenor Square for life. Caroline and Evelyn received settlements. Charitable bequests were distributed among schools, hospitals, widows, retired servants, and institutions to which he had contributed privately for years. Sir Rowland was left the 6th Earl's silver pocket watch, with a note thanking him for demonstrating that friendship may correct what pride has damaged. Mr. Farley received a pension and the small London house he had occupied after reducing his duties. I received the contents of the family archive in trust, not ownership, together with a sum sufficient to allow retirement when I chose. The sealed letter explained why. I read it alone in the library late one evening after the legal formalities had ended. The old Earl's handwriting had become unsteady, though the language remained precise. He wrote that I had entered Waverley service as a young man possessing education, discipline, and a dangerous willingness to mistake usefulness for purpose. He thanked me for loyalty, but warned that loyalty prolonged beyond necessity could become a means of avoiding one's own life. He instructed me to remain long enough to assist Frederick through the transition, then to leave if I wished. He also mentioned Clara, not by name at first. He wrote of a certain intelligent lady whose patience has exceeded any claim either this family or its secretary possessed upon it. He observed that discretion had served me admirably in professional matters and disastrously in personal ones. The statement would have been impertinent from almost anyone else. From him it felt like a final act of affection. The letter concluded, "Houses persuade us that they require everything. They do not. They require roofs, accounts, repair, and people willing to remember them. People require more. Do not discover too late that you preserved our history by declining to begin your own." I sat for a long time after reading. Outside, snow began falling across Grosvenor Square, softening carriage wheels and gathering upon the dark branches. I had spent most of my adult life answering other people's letters. The one requiring the greatest courage had been written to me by a dead man. The archive occupied much of the following year. The new Earl wished to consolidate papers scattered between London and Hampshire, identify materials of historical value, and destroy records likely to injure the living without illuminating the past. Caroline assisted with family correspondence. Adelaide brought practical order to the task, introducing cataloguing methods used in industrial offices that horrified an elderly cousin and saved us months of labour. Lady Helena participated only occasionally. She could face grief directly, but found the handwriting of the young man she had married more difficult than his grave. We began with the political and estate papers. These were preserved almost entirely. They documented legislation, local disputes, agricultural changes, railway negotiations, and the responsibilities through which the family had engaged with the wider country. Personal correspondence required more judgment. The dead deserved truth, but the living deserved mercy. Letters revealing ordinary weakness were not destroyed merely because they contradicted the dignity of portraits. Letters containing intimate confidences, medical detail, or accusations impossible to verify were often burned. We retained enough to preserve complexity without converting private suffering into entertainment. The most difficult question concerned Lucian Marrable. Frederick believed the story should remain within the archive, sealed for a generation. The old friendship, financial rescue, humiliation, and separation explained much about the 6th and 7th Earls. Destroying the evidence would repeat the family's original injustice. Publishing it immediately would reduce generosity and pride to society gossip. Lady Helena agreed. "The truth has waited this long," she said. "It may wait until no one living mistakes it for an accusation." The documents were placed in a sealed case with instructions that they remain closed for 30 years. Caroline brought me a separate bundle containing Sebastian's letters. She placed it upon my desk without embarrassment. "I should like them destroyed." "All of them?" "Yes." I did not question her. She remained while I untied the ribbon. The letters revealed no scandal. They contained youthful affection, uncertainty, apologies, and plans never made practical. Their very innocence made them painful. Sebastian had loved her, though not enough to defy his family when defiance might have mattered. Caroline had loved him, though perhaps partly because opposition allowed feeling to remain untested by ordinary life. Years had given her the wisdom to understand both truths. "Would you like to keep one?" I asked. "No." She looked toward the fire. "I kept the life they represented for too long." I fed the letters into the flames one by one. She watched until the final page curled inward and the handwriting became ash. Then she handed me a smaller envelope. Inside was the sentence she had once left upon my desk. "Some chapters deserve an ending, even when they cannot become another beginning." "You kept it," I said. "My father returned it to me before he died." I had not known. She smiled. "He said it belonged neither to the archive nor to you." "Then why bring it?" "Because I have changed my mind." She placed the paper beside the fire, but did not burn it. "Keep this one. It concerns endings, not secrets." I preserved it. The household altered rapidly after the old Earl's death. Frederick and Adelaide assumed full authority in Hampshire, where their children, obligations and reforms established the true centre of Waverley life. Lady Helena retained rooms at Grosvenor Square, but used them less often. Caroline divided her time between charitable work in London and the country schools. Evelyn travelled more extensively and published several articles on bird migration under initials intended to conceal her sex and a prose style that immediately revealed her impatience. The London house became increasingly difficult to justify. Its maintenance consumed funds better used upon the estate. Parliamentary changes reduced the need for Frederick to remain in town for long periods. Hotels and smaller leased residences offered practical alternatives. Neighbouring houses had already been converted into embassies, clubs, or offices. The social world for which Waverley House had been designed no longer existed in its former shape. The family delayed the decision for 2 years. Then a section of roof above the closed ballroom failed during heavy rain. No one was injured, but water-damaged plaster, curtains and flooring. Estimates for proper repair were severe. Additional inspection revealed weaknesses throughout the western wing. Frederick travelled to London, walked through every room with surveyors and met the family in the library. "We can repair it," he said, "but doing so means postponing estate cottages, school improvements and drainage work for several years." No one needed to ask what his father would have chosen. Lady Helena sat beside the window, looking out upon the square she had once governed with invitations and flowers. "The house should be sold," she said. Frederick began to object, perhaps from tenderness toward her. "It should," she repeated. "A house that consumes every obligation has ceased to serve the family." The decision was made. Society received the news with interest rather than shock. Too many great houses had changed hands for Waverley's sale to seem unprecedented. Newspapers wrote of the passing of a distinguished Mayfair residence and speculated upon potential buyers. Some suggested a foreign embassy. Others named financiers, manufacturers, and American families. Lady Amelia Dunsford declared it a tragedy, and then asked whether the marble fireplaces would be included. The contents were divided between Hampshire, family members, sale, and donation. Paintings with genuine family significance travelled to the country. Books entered the estate library or universities. Furniture associated with particular rooms was dispersed. Silver not already sold was inventoried again. Curtains, carpets, desks, mirrors, china, clocks, and ornamental pieces were assigned values by men who had never seen them used. The process stripped grandeur of memory. A mahogany table became a lot number. A chair upon which Lady Helena had received duchesses and widows became late Georgian somewhere. The ballroom chandelier was described by weight and dimensions. The blue drawing-room sofa upon which Caroline had heard Sebastian's explanation was valued according to upholstery condition. I found this reduction almost unbearable. Objects acquire meaning through witness, yet markets recognize only condition, fashion, rarity, and demand. The auction catalogue could not record that Edward had hidden beneath a particular desk, that the old Earl had rested beside a certain window, or that Clara had once stood near a ladder and asked whether we had chosen our lives. Memory added no financial value. The final weeks at Grosvenor Square were the most difficult of my service. Rooms emptied in reverse order of their importance. Guest chambers first, then secondary parlours, then the ballroom, drawing rooms, morning room, dining room, and library. Each day footsteps echoed more clearly. Marks appeared upon walls where paintings had hung. Carpets removed from floors revealed unfaded rectangles beneath furniture. The house seemed to remember its own arrangement after the objects disappeared. Mr. Farley returned for the final closure. He had retired formally after the old Earl's funeral, though no one else possessed the authority to lock Waverley House for the last time. Age had bowed him slightly, and he walked with a cane he regarded as temporary, despite having used it for 3 years. He inspected the empty rooms without commentary. In the dining room he paused where the long table had stood. "The bell pull was always unreliable in damp weather," he said. It was the only observation he offered. Clara and I packed the final archive boxes in the library. Most would travel to Hampshire. Several were destined for secure storage. A small group of papers accompanied me, including the old Earl's letter and Caroline's sentence. When the shelves had been emptied, the room appeared smaller. Clara stood beside the desk. "What will become of this?" "It has been purchased by a barrister." "The desk or the house?" "The desk." She smiled. "Perhaps he will believe it makes him discreet." For a moment, the years between our first meeting and that afternoon seemed to collapse. She was no longer the young governess carrying books into my office, and I was no longer the anxious secretary terrified of a baronet's agricultural exhibition. We had grown older within the same walls while postponing any decision that might carry us beyond them. "The old Earl left me a letter," I said. "I assumed he would." "You knew?" "He spoke to me before his illness worsened." This surprised me. "What did he say?" "That you were loyal, intelligent, and occasionally a complete fool." The description sounded authentic. Clara looked toward the empty shelves. He asked whether I intended to wait forever. And what did you tell him? That forever appeared increasingly unnecessary. I had rehearsed no speech. Perhaps that saved me. The most important questions in life are often damaged by preparation. "Will you come with me?" I asked. "To Hampshire?" "No." She waited. "I do not yet know where. Sussex, perhaps. A small house. Enough room for books, work, if we require it. Quiet, though not too much." "Is this a professional arrangement?" "No." Her expression softened. "That is fortunate. Your professional arrangements are unnecessarily complicated." I stepped closer. "Clara, I should have asked years ago." "Yes." "I was afraid." "I know. Are you angry?" "I was. Then I became tired of it." "Will you marry me?" She studied my face with the same thoughtful composure she had brought to every question worth answering. "Yes," she said, "but not because the house is closing." "No?" "Because you have finally opened a door." We were married quietly 3 months later in a Sussex church with Frederick and Adelaide, Caroline, Evelyn, Lady Helena and Mr. Farley among the small number present. Sir Rowland attended and gave Clara a set of books so large that transporting them required a separate cart. Mrs. Bramwell provided a cake and criticised the wedding breakfast while consuming 2 portions of it. We rented a stone cottage overlooking the downs. The rooms were modest, the roof sound, and the western windows admitted no draught. I retained advisory responsibility for the Waverley Archive, but ceased daily service. For the first time since youth, my mornings belonged partly to me. Before leaving Grosvenor Square for the final time, I walked alone through the house. The entrance hall had lost its mirrors. The drawing rooms held only dust and pale outlines. The ballroom doors stood open, revealing bare boards beneath the chandelier's missing light. In the library, the desk was gone, though the chair near the window remained awaiting collection. I stood where I had first met the Earl. I remembered his question about discretion, Lady Helena's lists, Caroline's letters, Frederick's accounts, Adelaide's reforms, Evelyn's observations, Sir Rowland's maps, Mr. Farley beneath the entrance clock, Clara carrying books, children laughing in rooms designed for ceremony, and generations of paper whispering from cabinets now empty. A house is never merely walls, yet walls do not remember without us. Mr. Farley waited in the entrance hall holding the final key. "Ready, sir?" "Yes." He opened the front door. Winter sunlight entered across the bare floor. We stepped outside, and he locked Waverley House behind us with the same care he had once used each evening when the family slept within. Across Grosvenor Square, carriages moved through the pale afternoon. New names appeared upon doors, curtains had changed, different servants answered different bells. London had accepted the transformation without hesitation. Mr. Farley placed the key in my hand. "This belongs with the papers," he said. I closed my fingers around it. The house was sold the following week. The final letters had been packed, sealed, burned, or preserved. But the story was not finished. It had merely passed from the keeping of the house into mine. I began these recollections because I believed memory required rescue. At my age, such motives often disguise themselves as duty when they are, in truth, fear. One wakes during the night and discovers that a face once known more clearly than one's own has begun to lose its edges. A voice survives, but the words attached to it disappear. A room remains vivid while the people who occupied it move beyond reach. Dates become uncertain, seasons merge, and events remembered for decades suddenly appear to belong to someone else's life. I had spent my career preserving the correspondence of others, placing dates upon letters, identifying hands, recording relationships, and ensuring that the accumulated experience of a family did not dissolve into anonymous paper. Yet I had done comparatively little to preserve what existed beyond documents: the sound of Lady Helena's measured footsteps crossing the morning room, the way the old Earl removed his spectacles before disagreeing with someone, the grave ceremony with which Mr. Farley announced even the most unimportant visitor, or the rare and luminous warmth of Caroline's laughter when she forgot that society expected her to be observed. Those things had no proper place in an archive. They could not be catalogued beneath headings or secured within acid-free folders. They survived only so long as someone remembered them, and I had become, through longevity rather than merit, one of the last people capable of doing so. Clara and I lived in Sussex for nearly 23 years. Our cottage was modest enough that no room required closing and sufficiently old that every improvement uncovered another defect requiring attention. The roof leaked twice, the kitchen chimney smoked during eastern winds, and the western windows, despite the old Earl's confidence in their construction, admitted a draught no carpenter entirely corrected. We were happier there than I had believed possible. Happiness, as Clara often reminded me, was not the permanent warmth of satisfaction, but the accumulation of ordinary mornings in which one was glad of the person seated opposite. We argued about books, expenditures, visitors, whether the garden required another apple tree, and my regrettable habit of keeping correspondence upon the dining table. She continued her educational work, advising village schools and writing articles concerning the training of women teachers. Her name gradually became known in circles that had once regarded governesses as necessary furniture within respectable households. She found this recognition amusing and accepted it only when it improved the chances of some practical reform. Our marriage never acquired the dramatic qualities I had unconsciously associated with love in youth. There were no hidden letters, family objections, continental departures, or public sacrifices. There was companionship, work, irritation, loyalty, illness, forgiveness, and the repeated decision to remain interested in one another. I came to understand that romance often receives attention because it begins lives, while devotion is overlooked because it sustains them. Clara had once accused me, with justice, of allowing caution to become fear. Marriage did not make me suddenly courageous. It merely gave me someone before whom concealment became increasingly exhausting. Over time, I learned to speak before certainty arrived. We had no children. This was a sorrow in our early years, and later became a fact around which life shaped itself without bitterness. Edward and Lucy visited frequently enough to fill the cottage with noise, books, and objects left in places Clara insisted they had not been before arrival. Frederick and Adelaide's children grew within a world already different from the one their grandparents had known. Edward attended university, served briefly in government, and inherited his father's practical suspicion of ceremony. Lucy became involved in social work and alarmed several relations by entering districts of London they considered unsuitable even for charitable interest. Neither treated rank as an achievement. Adelaide had ensured that. Sir Rowland had ensured it more loudly. The Waverley family remained part of our lives long after I ceased daily service. Frederick wrote regularly concerning the archive, estate matters, political changes, and the difficulties of preserving obligations under circumstances his father could scarcely have imagined. He proved a capable earl, though the role demanded choices the old man might have resisted. Additional land was sold, several farms were consolidated, the great Hampshire house was modernized in sections and closed in others. Electricity entered rooms whose former occupants would have considered gaslight intrusive. Motor cars appeared in stables designed for horses. A telephone was installed near the estate office and treated by Lady Helena as an instrument intended principally to interrupt meals. Frederick did not preserve everything. For this, later generations would owe him gratitude. He preserved enough. Tenant housing improved steadily. The schools expanded. Portions of woodland were protected against development. The railway station, once regarded as an intrusion, became essential to the community. The family retained influence, but abandoned the assumption that influence belonged to it by right. Frederick entered public debate less often than his father and listened more widely when he did. Adelaide's work became inseparable from his. Society continued describing her fortune as the foundation of Waverley stability, which was true, but insufficient. Her judgment preserved more than her money ever could. Sir Rowland lived long enough to see his commercial empire pass into the hands of directors, shareholders, and descendants with different ambitions. He disliked retirement and approached it as though it were a competitor whose weaknesses might eventually be discovered. He travelled, wrote letters to newspapers, criticised railway timetables, and continued offering financial advice whether requested or not. In old age, he accepted a place upon the governing board of one of Adelaide's schools and attended meetings with greater seriousness than he had shown many parliamentary committees. He never accepted a title. When he died, Frederick placed the 6th Earl's silver watch in the archive beside Lucian Marrable's papers. I thought the arrangement appropriate. One object represented friendship properly accepted. The other documents recorded generosity humiliated into silence. Together they told more truth about Waverley than any pedigree. Lady Helena survived her husband by 11 years. Widowhood altered her less than outsiders expected, and more than the family understood. She continued dressing impeccably, answering letters promptly, remembering birthdays, and maintaining the small courtesies upon which she believed civilization depended. Yet she no longer managed society as though responsible for its stability. She attended what interested her and declined what did not. She spent long periods with her grandchildren and once confessed to Clara that she had enjoyed her first unattended breakfast at the age of 68. She never returned to the sold house on Grosvenor Square. When asked whether she wished to see what had become of it, she replied that houses deserved privacy after families left them. The building passed through several owners. It served briefly as the residence of a foreign diplomat, then as offices connected to a banking concern. Its interiors were altered, divided, restored, and altered again. The ballroom became a conference chamber. The blue drawing room was partitioned. The library shelves were removed, though the carved fireplace survived. I learned these details through others and resisted visiting for many years. Lady Helena's final illness was brief. She died at Hampshire with Caroline beside her and was buried near the old Earl. Among her papers was a list written during the first year of her marriage containing the names of people whose preferences she wished to remember. Beside one entry she had written, "Mrs. Vale dislikes lilies but accepts them to avoid causing trouble." The note moved me more deeply than grand declarations might have done. Lady Helena's genius had always been attention. She had preserved people by noticing what made them comfortable, what embarrassed them, and what they could not ask for themselves. History would remember her, if at all, as a countess and hostess. Those who knew her understood that her real achievement was the disciplined practice of kindness. Caroline never married. This fact was frequently presented as the defining absence of her life, particularly by people who had known her only through society. They assumed Lord Sebastian remained the explanation, perhaps because a romantic disappointment satisfied them more than the possibility that a woman might build a meaningful life beyond the arrangement expected of her. Sebastian's shadow never vanished entirely, but it ceased governing her choices. She directed charitable trusts, developed training programs for nurses, and became an authority upon the administration of schools and hospitals. Her work required skills society had once dismissed as suitable only for managing dinner invitations: memory, tact, financial attention, persuasion, and the ability to reconcile proud people without making them feel defeated. She and Sebastian met occasionally in later years. He married Lady Eleanor and, by all accounts, treated her with respect. They had children and lived mostly in Northumberland. Caroline never described their conversations, and I never asked. Some endings remain complete without being explained to others. Lady Evelyn travelled farther than any Winthrop before her. She published books on birds, wetlands, and migration under her full name after deciding initials represented an accommodation she no longer wished to grant. Her prose was admired for precision and criticised for impatience, both judgments being deserved. She visited our cottage with specimens, maps, and stories of uncomfortable journeys, during which she appeared to have enjoyed every inconvenience. She remained unmarried and found questions concerning the matter increasingly entertaining. When an elderly relation once asked whether she had never wished for a home of her own, Evelyn replied that she had spent 40 years studying creatures whose survival depended upon movement, and saw no reason to assume humans were wiser because they purchased furniture. Mr. Farley died at 86 in the small London house left to him by the Earl. He maintained impeccable order until the end. His watch, gloves, and household keys were placed upon a table beside his bed, though only the key to Waverley House possessed no remaining lock. He had given it to me years earlier, but a second smaller key among his effects opened the cabinet where old staff records were kept. Inside were notes concerning generations of servants, dates of employment, references, marriages, illnesses, and addresses after leaving service. Mr. Farley had preserved the household below stairs with the same care I had given the family above it. The archive accepted those records. I insisted upon it. Great houses are often remembered through the people who owned them, though ownership alone never lit fires, prepared meals, repaired clothing, raised children, polished floors, delivered messages, managed horses, or remained awake beside the sick. The history of Waverley would have been false without the names of those whose labour created its appearance of effortless permanence. Mrs. Ellison lived with a married daughter and continued advising former maids upon household management, whether or not advice was sought. Thomas Torrance became a respected butler, then proprietor of a small hotel, where he reportedly inspected table settings each morning with greater severity than commercial success required. Mrs. Bramwell survived almost everyone and remained convinced that the decline of England could be traced to reduced standards in pastry. She sent Clara recipes written in measurements that assumed kitchens staffed by 6. Clara died in autumn. I had believed, with the irrational confidence of long companionship, that one of us would be granted enough warning to understand how impossible separation would feel. Her illness gave us several months, which proved both a mercy and an insufficiency. We spoke of practical matters, books to be distributed, letters to be preserved, and people requiring notification. We spoke also of years wasted before our marriage. I apologized again for my fear. "You must stop turning happiness into evidence against yourself," she said. It was among the final instructions she gave me. After her death, the cottage changed more completely than Waverley House had after the Earl's. Rooms do not become empty merely because furniture is removed. They become empty when the person expected to enter them no longer does. Her chair remained beside the eastern window. Her spectacles rested upon a volume she had intended to finish. Notes in her hand appeared inside books, in drawers, beneath lists, and upon scraps of paper recording thoughts too small to require formal keeping. I preserved too many at first. A request to purchase thread seemed valuable because she had written it. A reminder concerning pears appeared to contain her entire character. Grief mistakes evidence for presence. Eventually I understood why the Earl had burned letters. I kept what revealed Clara and destroyed what merely proved she had existed on particular afternoons. The old Earl's letter remained. So did Caroline's sentence. The archive itself outgrew the rooms assigned to it at Hampshire. With Frederick's approval, portions were deposited in a university library under conditions protecting private materials until sufficient time had passed. Scholars began requesting access to political correspondence, agricultural records, railway agreements, and estate accounts. They wrote articles describing transformations I had witnessed as ordinary difficulties. They spoke of structural change, class realignment, economic modernization, and institutional adaptation. Their language was accurate, but strangely bloodless. Where I remembered Frederick standing before a fire, wondering whether affection could survive necessity, they saw the consolidation of industrial and landed capital. Where I remembered the old Earl refusing to sell cottages because ownership carried moral meaning, they saw paternalism under pressure from declining agricultural income. Where I remembered Adelaide arranging books for a village school, they saw the growth of philanthropic educational reform. History requires such distances. Without them, every event becomes too intimate to compare. Yet comparison removes weather, hesitation, humour, exhaustion, and the private cost of decisions. This book is my attempt to return some of what analysis must leave behind. I visited Grosvenor Square once more than 40 years after first entering Waverley House. London had become louder, faster, and less deferential. Motor traffic moved where carriages had once waited. Clothing, speech, and manners had changed. Many of the old houses remained, though their occupants and purposes were different. Brass plaques announced embassies, institutions, companies, and professional offices. The square still possessed trees and ordered stone, but the society that had treated it as a private kingdom had vanished. The former Waverley House stood upon the eastern side, altered but recognizable. The family crest had been removed from above the entrance. Electric lights glowed behind windows, once illuminated by candles and gas. Men carrying documents entered without footmen announcing them. The door itself had been painted a different colour. I stood across the square for some time. A younger man might have felt sorrow. I felt gratitude. The house had not betrayed us by becoming useful to others. It had never promised permanence. We had imposed that expectation upon stone. Eventually I crossed the street and entered. A clerk at the front desk asked whom I wished to see. I nearly replied with names belonging to the dead. Instead, I explained that I had once worked in the building and wondered whether I might look briefly at the old library. He consulted a superior, and after some confusion, I was escorted along a corridor whose proportions remained familiar despite new walls and lighting. The library had become 2 offices. The shelves were gone. The fireplace remained, though fitted with an electric grate. A young woman sat at a desk approximately where the Earl had once received me. Papers covered its surface without ribbons, wax, or seals. A machine stood nearby for typing correspondence at a speed my younger self would have considered alarming. She rose when I entered. "I am told you used to work here." "Yes." "What did you do?" "I wrote letters." She glanced at the files surrounding her. So do I. The answer pleased me. I described nothing of the room's former appearance. She had work to complete and no obligation to inhabit my memory. Before leaving, I stood for a moment beside the western window. The frame had been replaced. No draught entered. The old Earl's final instruction had been fulfilled by strangers. Upon returning to Sussex, I opened the boxes that remained with me. They contained copies of family letters, my journals, household notes, the key to Waverley House, Clara's published articles, several photographs, and objects whose significance would be invisible to anyone else. I began writing. At first I attempted to arrange the story around great events: the railway agreement, Frederick's marriage, the Earl's death, the sale of the London house. The effort failed. Those events possessed importance, but they did not explain the family. The truth existed in smaller moments: a postponed rent, a returned book of poetry, an unsent letter, a damaged wine glass, a child's drawing, a countess rewriting 3 lines, a businessman declining a title, a governess asking whether circumstances truly chose for us. These were the fragments through which lives became visible. I have written of people imperfectly. Memory favours some scenes and abandons others. My affection has certainly influenced judgment. There were injustices within the world I served that courtesy did not excuse. Rank gave some people choices denied to others. Service demanded silence that could become submission. Women of intelligence were restricted by expectations men mistook for natural law. Wealth created beauty while concealing the labour required to maintain it. Duty itself could become vanity when those exercising it assumed gratitude. Yet the people within that world were not merely symbols of its faults. They loved, feared, compromised, endured, and occasionally changed. The old Earl learned to accept assistance without converting gratitude into humiliation. Lady Helena learned that a life of social obligation could eventually be released. Frederick learned that preservation sometimes required surrender. Adelaide entered an ancient family without allowing its traditions to erase her practical conscience. Caroline discovered that an unlived romance need not remain the central fact of a life. Evelyn declined roles incapable of containing her curiosity. Sir Rowland forced society to admit that achievement possessed dignity before ancestry approved it. Clara taught me that discretion without courage becomes avoidance. And I learned, slowly, that witnessing life is not the same as living it. The last surviving letter from Lucian Marrable's packet was opened to scholars after the 30-year restriction expired. It attracted interest for a season. An article appeared discussing the hidden dependence of aristocratic estates upon commercial wealth. Another examined the moral language of debt and honour. The story that had caused such pain became evidence in arguments written by people born after everyone involved had died. This did not diminish its importance. It placed it where truth eventually goes, beyond the control of those who feared it. The key to Waverley House rests upon my desk as I write these final pages. It is heavy, blackened with age, and opens nothing. For years I regarded it as a symbol of loss. Now I see it differently. A key's meaning does not reside only in the door it opens. It also records that entry was once possible. I entered Waverley House as a young man possessing neat handwriting and excessive caution. I left it with a wife, a history, and an understanding that institutions survive only by allowing human beings to matter more than their preservation. The house no longer belongs to the Winthrops. The family's influence has changed. Most of the servants are forgotten beyond the records we saved. The London seasons through which we moved with such seriousness have become costume and atmosphere to later generations. Still, something remains. It remains in the schools Adelaide established, In the cottages the old Earl refused to abandon. In the archive Frederick chose not to sanitize. In Caroline's hospitals, Evelyn's books, Clara's teachers, and the descendants of tenants whose names appear beside repaired roofs and postponed rents. It remains wherever inherited responsibility proved stronger than inherited pride. It remains in letters written without expectation that strangers would one day read them. History does not preserve people whole. Perhaps nothing can. But it may preserve enough to prevent their lives from being reduced to titles, dates, and the ownership of houses. The afternoon light is fading over the Sussex Downs. Soon I shall close the final box and place these pages inside. The air has grown cooler, and from habit I have glanced toward the western window, expecting a draught. There is none. On the desk before me lies Caroline's sentence. Some chapters deserve an ending, even when they cannot become another beginning. She was right, though not entirely. An ending may become a beginning for someone else. A young woman may sit at a desk where an earl once read his correspondence. A school may continue long after the name of its patron is forgotten. A house may serve new lives after surrendering the family that believed it permanent. A letter may cross generations and reach the person capable of understanding it, and an old secretary, having spent his life preserving the words of others, may at last add his own. I shall leave the key with the papers. I shall leave the letters in their proper order. I shall leave judgment to those who come after. But I hope they will remember that before Waverley House became history, it was filled with ordinary days. Fires were lit. Breakfast was served. Children ran through corridors. People waited for letters, feared their contents, and sometimes found the courage to answer them. There were disappointments, no newspaper recorded, and kindnesses, no monument honours. Those quiet acts sustained the household more faithfully than wealth, title, or stone. That is what remains of the house on Grosvenor Square, not the rooms, not the silver, not even the name above the door. What remains is the memory of the people who passed through it, and the truth, discovered too late by some and just in time by others, that no house is greater than the lives entrusted to its keeping.